Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee sitting as the Committee of the Whole. This evening is Thursday, June 18th, 2026. The agenda that we'll be following this evening is slightly adjusted based on where we finished on Tuesday. We are not, just for anyone in the audience or watching at home, we will not be discussing the education budget this evening. It is my intent to just finish the city departments we didn't get to on Tuesday, the enterprise funds, and then counselors in your Thursday agenda, we have some end-of-year transfers and CPC transfers and a cable fund transfer. If we have time, we can get to those after we're done with the budget. So with that said, we're going to pick up with public services. We did on Tuesday approve the cemetery line item. So we have streets and highways, public works, garage, solid waste disposal, facilities, facility security division on the floor currently. Does anyone have any questions? I can certainly give counselors time. Councilor Turco.
I'm still kind of scrolling through here, but did you say the entire section we're doing? So what were we're doing the entire section, facilities, public services, facilities, DPW, all of it?
That's how we've been doing it,
Okay.
Counselor. I don't love it. If we want to take public works and then facilities, we can certainly do that if the council wishes, so that we don't have different department heads coming up multiple times. It's probably the format I'll use next year if I'm the chair, but so however you'd like to move forward, if you do have a question or a motion, Counselor.
All right, while I have the floor, then I'll stick to streets and highways under, page 30, streets and highways. So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, we had talked last year about funding more for snow removal services, and I see that you did do that with materials and supplies by $50,000. And actually, I'll preface it with saying I'm happy that you didn't because of, where we are with the budget, and that, are we considering in the future kind of raising, that's the number we need to raise up, right? That we've traditionally underfunded, the $300,000.
Yes, I can speak to that. Maybe Mr. Gingras can jump in too. I do think that this is a line item. Clearly, we under budget every year, and I think your point is a good one that it does have to go up. I always try to be optimistic in so many things, and obviously this is one of them. And there have been some years we've gotten lucky with that low number, but obviously this year being the worst winter we've had since 2015, the number is way out of whack, and we had to dig into our reserves and supplement our budget with reserves to make these payments to the contractors and everything. So, I do think we should add to that a little bit, just knowing where we are with the budget right now and trying to preserve jobs as best we can and programs and services. I just didn't think that was one we should add at this time, and hope for the best with the upcoming winter. But if things can get better here, I do think we need to add to that.
Yeah, I am glad to see at least the $50,000 added for supplies, so that'll be helpful. Hopefully we have a slow winter and it's just a transfer between the accounts. Is the Public Works Director, is Mr. Pollitt's here? I guess while he's coming up through you to Mr. Gingrich, Mike, on page 31, where you have salaries full-time, you have, it's still listed, 2025 actual year-to-date is listed as 199, but that's not a year-to-date number, that's an actual number, correct? For 2025? That's an actual at 200,000. So I guess my question will be to both of you. Mr. Paul, you can step up. If Mike doesn't want to answer it, you can answer it. In 2025, we had a salary of 200,000 for the year, but in 2027, we're at 308, which shows, I realize this number is going to be different because some of the raises weren't given out, but it shows 14.13% increase in the salary line items, even though there is, actually, this is administration, so yes, this is your administration, Will. Do you know why it would have gone up roughly $110,000?
While he's looking, Counsel, I know one of the items is that we did add an administrative assistant at the front desk. That was a position we did add to hopefully provide better phone services. We didn't have that position 2 years ago.
Oh, we never had somebody at the front desk prior to that? I thought there was...
There was a gap. There was a period of time where we didn't have anybody at that spot.
Okay, I'm just...
We did years ago. We had Tanya, who's now in the back office for support, but we didn't have a front desk for a good chunk of time.
All right, on that, and I guess, Mike, I just wanted to make sure more that where it says 2025 actual, that is the real number, that it wasn't accidentally put in from that budget a few years ago. So it was 200,000 back then. So that the front desk would account for some of it, but do we know where the other increases in staffing were, if there were any? Oh, I think I might know. Did we reduce the amount Kevin Kelly was in the Kevin Kelly was in the Water Enterprise Fund a couple of years ago, and I think he was at a larger percentage, and we agreed to reduce that percentage. I'm answering my own question. Am I correct?
That, I think, also is a big factor in this, is that we did to try to make it a little bit more in line with the actual job duties. So that at 100%.
Okay, my apologies. That just dawned on me as I was thinking about it. Will, I don't know if you would be responsible for answering questions about the garage, but or the mayor. There was also a 28% increase in the garage from last year to this year, and just in the salaries line item. I'm sorry, page 32. Page 32, first line, salaries full-time. We went from a $283,000 budget to a $363,000 budget, an increase of $80,000 or 28%. I know there was a contractual correction, Mayor. It was accounts for some of that. Does that account for all of that, or do you think that the contract accounted for that entire amount?
There was contractual obligations that are definitely a part of this number, and also I believe there was a position that we didn't fully fill. I think Sarah now is a full year. So I believe there was one, at the time, I believe last year, we didn't have a full-time person in there, so we didn't fund the full amount, but now that we do have another full-time person in there, we added that position. And the garage, a lot going on there. They have a lot of responsibilities. Lucky we have that team there, John Keon and the group, but I believe the difference, the 28% increase, is because of contractual obligations, but also because one of the positions wasn't fully funded last year, and now it is because we have a full-time position. Okay,
yeah, and I agree. 4 mechanics to fix the entire fleet of the city of Peabody is a lot of work. So, okay, that's all Madam Chair, that's all I have for DPS. I do want to say that, one of the cuts that we're making this year is a DPS laborer, and I would love to advocate to keep it. I'm not going to do that because I know what we're trying to do here and make some corrections. But I think there has to stay in our memory here that will eventually need to be added because, as everybody in this room knows, DPS is the #1 call that all of us make on a daily basis. And the #1 calls are regarding sidewalks and streets and, miscellaneous issues throughout the neighborhoods. So, losing one of what's already a very, very small department is, it's going to be a difficult task for them to cover. So just as we pledge to keep in mind the salary for the ordinance employees in a future year, I would like to work toward adding back to DPS and not forgetting that we reduced this position. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Does anyone else have any questions on the DPS budgets? Councilor Ladoff.
Hi, through you to Will, I had a question in regards to page 30, and the line item is 58149 sidewalks. The budget for that for 2026 had a 200,000. When you look at 2026 actual, there's nothing there. Looks a little peculiar. I didn't know if you had any insight on that. We did nothing that was used.
Sure, I can gladly answer that question. So we did do sidewalk work, and most expensive part of the sidewalk work is the ADA ramps at the intersections. Majority of that work was actually captured into our Chapter 90 program. So majority of the work was done through that program there. In addition to it, we had actually done over $40,000 worth of contractual sidewalks outside of that as well. That was actually misappropriated into outside services. So we realized as I was preparing for the budget, so there was sidewalk work there. And we also did in-house sidewalk work that's not really captured in respect to a line item because it comes out of our material supplies, and pretty much all of it is done on regular time.
Do we think there's an opportunity to do a slight reduction here, knowing a few years ago this was at 146, it was increased for 2024, knowing we have Chapter 90, do you think there's an opportunity to reduce this by, say, 50,000?
I think that's a great question. It's a valid question. No, I do not think so because we have a great opportunity with Mass DOT. Under one of their programs, they're actually paving 2 city streets. They're going to be paving Gardner Street and Margin Street, and we are 100% responsible for all the ADA ramps. That will be a very expensive, challenging project. In addition to that, we have some, what I would refer to as maybe some antiquated equipment out there that we'll be updating as part of the crosswalks. So the lion's share of this budget will most likely go to that project.
Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Councilor Corvo.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Politz. I know we talked a little bit about adding to the snow removal budget. Would it make sense, do we think, Mr. Politz, to add to the sand and road salt budget as well? It seems like we're greatly exceeding our forecasts there as well.
I think that's a great question, and I think, yes, if the council moves forward with increasing the level of one, it would only make sense to increase the level of the other one as well, because we generally exceed both of those budgets, assuming the winter is bad enough.
Okay, thank you. I mean, 50,000, does that sound? 100,000? I'm happy to take any
I mean, I think in the
suggestions.
future, but unless I'm mistaken, I'm not sure that you can add to the budget at this point. It's my understanding you can only take money away from our budget.
Oh, yeah, we'd have to move it. Okay,
So,
thank
but
you.
I think for future discussions, yes, those numbers seem realistic, but I'm not confident you could do that this evening.
No, you're right. Thank you so much. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Councilor Hockman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Politz, for joining us tonight. I appreciate that you were here late into the evening on Tuesday as well, and we got a little carried away with some items, so we didn't get a chance to get to you. I appreciate you coming back. While we stick with Councilor Corvo's line of thought, and I'll say it, I know we're not able to add to, but I would respectfully request that the mayor consider adding perhaps $200,000 to that sand and road salt line, and perhaps $200,000 to the snow removal services as well. I just say that as it's my thought and belief as being maybe a little more realistic with the actual line expenditures, and I know I don't have any authority to do anything about it, so I ask respectfully if you'll consider it at some point. With regard to Mr. Pollitt's, if we can go to page 30, I don't know if you have a book with you. Do you have a?
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh,
Yes, I have page 30 open, yes.
page 30, about the first line after total salaries, it's line 52113.
Yes, electric street, yes, electricity.
Electric streetlights, and
Yes.
2026, we paid 300, and so far, year to date, $301,216, right?
Yes, I would not, I don't have the number in front of me. I would not say that's year-to-date, that's when this was printed, but yes,
Okay.
that is a correct number. We paid over $300,000 for
Who do we-
the
who do-
streetlights.
Who do we pay that to?
We pay that to PMLP.
PMLP.
Yes.
PMLP charges us 300, that's half of their pilot. They pay us, we pay them $300,000 to keep our roadways lit and safe. I don't know that I'm going to get support yet to cut that line, but pretty soon I'm getting close to asking to cut all these electric lines. Maybe we'll take it up a little bit later. Hopefully there's a response that will assist with that. If I can, Madam Chair, Mr. Pollitt, I was a little unclear about your, the conversation that took place with regard to the sidewalk and berm. I understood you to say that there were some other funding sources, Chapter 90, with regard to handicap access, curb cutting and things along, and markings and things along those lines. But that still leaves $200,000 in that line. And is it your, was it your, did I hear you say that that money is going to be utilized either for upgrading equipment or for further sidewalk work?
That's correct, for FY '27. So I didn't say, I also wanted to say that on April 9th, a memorandum was sent out by myself to the department saying that at the request of the finance department that we were to stop spending as much as we could due to a fiscal crisis, and that overtime and supplies had to be pre-approved and only could be used for operational requirements that got us through to the end of the fiscal year. So normally we'd be ramping up doing sidewalk work this time of year. We are doing some sidewalk work, but it's not the magnitude that we would normally do. So I don't want to mislead people to say that we didn't do any work, and or mislead people to think that that line item is something that we're not going to utilize. We'll definitely be utilizing that line item.
No, I knew that was the case, that your staff is doing sidewalk work, so I wanted to make sure that everybody heard that you are, and I appreciate the work that you do, and I appreciate the collaboration that I'm sure took place between the Disability Commission Chair, Ms. Whitaker, and yourself regarding capturing that Chapter 90 money. Yes, it is, it certainly helps the city when it comes to that type of upgrade. If we can turn to, it's one of those spreadsheets with the expenditures, page 20 of 59 is what it says. It's 2 pages after the page we're looking at now.
For my benefit, is this outside services you're looking at? And
Yeah,
is
I
it,
think, yes, yes.
And is it streets and highway, or is it a different category you're looking at?
Boy,
Streets and highway? Okay.
okay. So on the bottom, it's, Mr. Pauls, just so we make sure we're right on the bottom, it says page 20 of 59.
I don't not have that,
Oh,
but
you don't have
but
it.
I do believe I have the document
Okay.
printed out here.
So in the middle of the page, there's a whole, and thankfully, well, in the middle of the page, there's a whole bunch of lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8, I believe 19 lines that all say Electric Light Company, Inc.
Yes, so Electric Light Company is our contractor for traffic lights. So that is not PMLP, and that is not electricity related. That is traffic accidents that there is no insurance, traffic accidents that the police do not have a report for, lightning strikes, anything that happens to the traffic lights. The Peabody fire alarm responds. If they're unable to fix that in-house, which in this case is, all these cases they were not, they notify Electric Light, and our department pays for it.
I think I just have 2 more questions for you. Thank you for that explanation. On page 31, I believe your department is responsible for the electricity at Farm Ave. Is that accurate?
Yes, for our building? Yes.
for your building, and
Yes.
page 31, line 52114, the actual year-to-date in 2026 is $32,750. They got paid to PMLP to light up Farm Ave.
I would preface it with what I said earlier, that it might not be year-to-date, but that was the date it was printed. So yes, that is correct. It may have gone up since then, but that
Sure.
is electricity to PMLP.
No, I'm not looking to put you in a pigeonhole, Mr. Pauls. I'm just looking to get a point across. And I think my last question for you is regarding, and I just don't understand it. If we go to again, another one of those spreadsheets, 2 pages after the page we're looking at.
Sure. Can you just tell me what, which department you're looking at? The Public Works? Administration?
21. Public Works Administration,
Okay.
yes. I see a few charges for the Eagle Tribune.
Yes.
Is that for some sort of, it's obviously for some sort of publishing?
Yes, that's the Salem News.
For what?
The Salem News?
Yeah.
The newspaper?
What, I just don't, I'm not here long enough to be familiar with what your department might publish in the newspaper.
It's a subscription to the newspaper so that we can follow what's
Oh.
happening in the news.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pauls. Appreciate your time.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, just for clarification for maybe some of the new councilors concerning the snow budget. That's one of the few budget items that we cannot draw from if there is a shortfall in that line item. So if we budget 300,000 and we only spend 200,000, we don't show a net of 100,000. Is that correct? We can take that money? Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Turco.
Yeah, I wanted to address that also to those that want to raise that number. I guess I'll call it a problem. If you raise that 200,000 and we have light winters like we have, we're still obligated to continually fund at that amount. Whatever amount we raise it to, we can never lower it, correct? So, that's why I wouldn't really be in favor of funding it an additional 200,000. But anyway, we'll address that next year, as the mayor said. Thank you.
Councilor Ladoff.
I had a question on page 31, through the chair to Mr. Pollack, on line item.
Councilor, sorry, can you just move the mic
Yeah,
closer?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Be happy to. Okay, so page 31, line item 52210, natural gas. If you look at the actual for 2026, it's quite high. I noticed we're budgeting it appropriately, but I was curious why that number was so high, because in some other departments, I'm seeing it lower, some departments are higher, so I didn't know, was there something happening driving that type of increase, and knowing that we're planning it lower. Just wanted some backstory on that, please.
So I'm not sure I have a valid answer for you. I don't know how I don't know if the other departments had over budgeted or under budgeted, or if you were looking at maybe. And that may not be the case, because you may have been looking at the actual to date in the past history.
This was actual to date.
Okay. For other, I'm not sure I have a valid answer to why it would be jumping around. Yeah, so that building actually, yeah, it's a propane that we're purchasing, not natural gas. So I know. Like, for example, I think each winter's different. This winter, we actually had a problem keeping enough propane in there, and had a couple of moments where we had to get emergency propane deliveries in order to keep the building open. So I know it does fluctuate that way.
Councilor Ladoff, are you all set? Okay. Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 33, just through you to Mr. Politz, just noticing a significant increase in outside services, it looks like over the past few years. I was just wondering if you could maybe give us, maybe some reasons that's gone up so dramatically over the past 3 years, and if it makes sense, maybe if something was going on that's been addressed, to bring that line item back down, or if it should stay where it is.
Sure. So some of the outside services over there would be, so we have a scale, so that scale would be pretty consistent with the repairs, so that would be some of the outside services. Probably what you're seeing is that the fact that we're actually going out and having to mow part of the landfill, so we are not allowed to have trees and large brush on the landfill. I can't say that in the past that was systematically done on a regular basis, so we are catching up to make sure we're in compliance out there.
Thank you very much. So in your opinion, not going to be a significant change in the upcoming year?
On the outside services one?
Correct.
I don't think we'll be bringing that,
Okay.
back
Thank you so
down.
much.
We're trying to, like I said, catch up on some past items.
Thank you so much. Makes sense. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Any other counselors? Counselor Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Through you to Director Politz. Before I go on, most of my questions were already asked, but I did have one on page 32 that I was looking at, and top line item, full-time salaries, went up 28%, and I can imagine why, but I'd like to hear if you can explain the large increase.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah,
Page 32, yeah.
I mentioned this briefly earlier, but I think that large increase is due to a couple of different factors. One, it was contractual obligations. There was a diesel repair person that was not funded last year fully. We had an open position. This year we have to fund it fully. We have a full group there now. So that's a reason for the increase. And I think those were the two items. So I think, to give you an example, there was one here where it was $84,000. That's where the diesel ME repairman makes a little over $84,000. Last year, we didn't fund that at $84,000. I believe we funded it at half, and we got a half year from that person. But now that person obviously is full-time going forward, so we did bump it up for that reason.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
If any counselor wants the number, we funded that at $52,000 last year. So, any other counselors on the DPS items that fall under Mr. Pollitt's? Counselor Hockman.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm done with my inquiries with regard to the budget. I just want to say thank you. Your department works awfully hard. You're out there 24 hours a day whenever we call or whenever a constituent calls, and sometimes it's not, sometimes it's taken for granted. Sometimes constituents get a little antsy if the response isn't immediate, and it can't always be immediate, but you're limited in staff and materials and trucks and stuff like that. So just wanted to publicly thank you and your department for everything you do.
Thank you for that, and I know my staff would be thankful as well. They're definitely hardworking, and we do run 24/7, no matter what the weather is.
Thank you, Director Pollitt. Counselor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did miss one of my questions, Mr. Pollitt. I apologize. I did have a question on page 34. There was a significant increase in the uniforms budget. I was just wondering, it seems like kind of an odd place to have an increase. It's an 87.5%.
Counselor, that is the facilities department, so different department head.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ultimately falls under the director, but I think.
Thank you. I will hold off then.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Pollitt. So now we'll move on to the facilities budget. So if, Counselor Corvo, if you want to direct that question to Mr. Politano.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Through you to Mr. Politano. Oh, there he is. Thank you for coming up, Mr. Politano. Again, page 33, 87.5% increase in uniforms. Just kind of seemed like an odd place to have such a significant increase. I was just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yes, so we this year implemented some T-shirts and sweatshirts that hasn't been done before. We're starting to put a uniform together. It's probably going to go up a touch more than that this year, but I feel like it's important for the people in the buildings to know our staff, and it looks professional.
I would agree with that. I'm not going to propose any changes. Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Turco.
Thank you. Jim, second year. You ready for this in the second year now?
Absolutely, but I'm not coming over to your desk this time.
All right, perfect. To go forward, I'm going to have to go back prior to, you're going to need some help from Mr. Gingrich on this and maybe the mayor. So I'm going to go backwards. We eliminated 2 years ago, prior to you starting, Jim, and I briefly touched on this last year. We eliminated I believe it was a union foreman position, and we wanted to cover that position with a carpenter and HVAC that we were told was going to be $80,000 combined at $40,000 per, one for the carpenter, one for the HVAC. That was, so in 25, let me look back here. So if you look at the back, I'm sorry, I'm on page 34, Councilor Gamache, just so you know, but if you look up the salary page behind there, we now have 2 HVAC mechanics, both making $85,000 or $84,300, we'll say. And I don't see a carpenter, but I guess really that's not my point. Do we need 2 HVAC mechanics at this point? When I believe when we did this, we wanted to achieve 1 at that point. So I don't know how we got a second one in the meantime.
Yeah, so we always had 1 HVAC tech. What we were talking about last year was hiring a second HVAC tech for the same amount, was $80,000 and some change. When we were talking last year, we were looking, I didn't have the book that you have, so I was peeking down and we looked at the wrong line items. The 240,000s were 2 junior custodian positions. So then I believe I showed you last year, the line item was an $80,000 position.
Right, I know, you know, what I'm referencing, and Mike and the mayor will remember, 2 years ago when we eliminated the foreman's position, it was presented to us in 2025 that we could eliminate that 1 position and fund a carpenter and an HVAC mechanic for $40,000 each for the total of 80. And I remember distinctly, at that time I said, it is impossible to fund an HVAC mechanic and a carpenter at $40,000, but it was committed to me that we would fund them at $40,000, whether that was going to be part-time. And this was a deep conversation that we had. This wasn't, it was supposed to completely be covered under that 1 salary in 2025, but now, again, we have 2 at $85,000 a year, which makes sense to me that, you know, that's the salary, but that's the point I was trying to make 2 years ago. So I just like, you know, when we're told something, I just like to keep it at, and this isn't toward you, Jim, because you weren't even here. We were told $40,000 apiece. We were told this was going to be fully funded by the elimination of 1 position, and it didn't happen that way. And I'm just wondering how, you know, we get this, you know, we get to this point. Ultimately, you know, I'd like to, I don't know what REF means, Jim, next to maintenance HVAC, and I'm not sure if you have the backup salary page, but on page S32, which is the backup salary page to your department, it says maintenance HVAC/REF.
REF just means refrigeration.
Refrigeration. So you have 1 that does refrigeration and 1 that doesn't do refrigeration?
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, I can't move to cut it because we do need 1 for refrigeration. But again, it doesn't answer the question, and you know, Mike, and maybe you don't remember that conversation, but I tend to try to remember those things that, you know, I'm familiar with, and I just don't know why we're told that one thing's going to happen, and then, you know, 2 years later it's totally different. So do you recall why we went from 2 $40,000 positions to an $87,000 position? And I guess it's a difficult question to ask you. Maybe the question was more important to me back at the time, so I remember it better. Do you remember the conversation, Mayor?
Well, I'm trying to remember, because you have a good memory on this stuff. But I believe the position, the foreman position was Tony Sapatsaris. And Tony was making $150,000. He was making well over 80. He was $150,000. And I thought that I had proposed cutting that position and creating two positions. I would have, 40,000, yeah, and that's not a realistic number for a full-time position, certainly in the trade. So I thought that we cut Tony Sapatsaris's position, 150, took that out of the budget, but inserted two trades positions. So in my head, I was thinking it was in the $75,000 range, but that's how I remember it, but I don't, yeah, 40,000, if that was presented that way, that is an unrealistic number. So I thought we could get two trades. I think at one point we were looking at a carpenter and an HVAC, but then over the course of time, yeah, so that's how I remember it, Council. It was Tony Sapatsaris' position, but he was making $150,000.
Yeah, I do remember that was the exact position, but I also remember stating my concern for this because $80,000 wasn't going to cover both positions, and they were listed in the 2025 budget. Maybe Mike has it, but again, it's a moot point. $40,000 was what they were listed for in 2025. So I just want to be careful with things like that because I do pay attention to, especially the trades, and more so because I was adamant that we shouldn't do it because the 40,000 wasn't enough. So, you know.
If I could jump in, because I do think, I think we're both right on this. So we had last year's budget, we did have two positions at 40,000. But we did put those positions in for half year to try to save, where we would hire two for the full year, kind of wait 6 months, hire two more for a half year, just to try to save a little bit of money in last year's budget. So you're right, it is 40,000. I think 2 years ago it was 150. We chopped it down to 275s, but then where we were last year, we thought maybe we could get by and wait another half year before hiring the two positions. So, so yeah, now we have both positions full. That's why it's kind of bumped up to 80 each.
Okay, I'll digress on that. I'll get to this year's budget. Jim, page 34, public property maintenance. I mean, you see the base budget was $45,000, yet the actual year-to-date is $229,000. So, you know, pretty much $180,000 increase there. And then I'll ask both questions at the same time because line 53125 for outside services is also up by about $75,000. So a grand total of $255,000. So that being said, I know anything I've ever called you for, you've responded to, and you've been great, and you're doing an incredible job. But, you know, we put the budget line items in there so we could at least stay in the ballpark. So that, you know, do you have a reason for why those are so over?
I can speak to some of it. Some, I believe, was added in from some other work around the city, some asbestos abatements. I believe for a couple of houses that were torn down, there was asbestos in there. That's in here. I didn't know any of that would be part of the facilities budget. So there's that. And then as far as the outside services, I'll stay on the asbestos line. We needed to update all of our AHERA reporting. All of our asbestos reporting was outdated to the point where I had to talk to the state and get it updated. That was another cost that came in. And honestly, there was a lot of stuff not being maintained, and there was a lot of equipment not running. We replaced like 40 exhaust fans in schools and buildings this past year. Again, all of those are unforeseen, but we need to get fresh air to these buildings per state code. So we did have an increase. I mean, I don't want to list all the stuff we fixed this year, but it was substantial, and I think you guys know a bunch of it. But it's hard to stay with that number in facilities because emergency stuff happens, and I don't have the luxury to not fix it.
Right. Yeah, we agree on that. I just, you know, if you can try to stay in the ballpark of that number for next year. And I guess since you mentioned it, Mayor, was that the Zelsky household with the asbestos? That's the only thing I could think of.
That was one, and then there was one on, I think it was Ward 2, what was it? Oh, the demo. I think there was a property in Ward 2.
That's fine. It makes sense to me, though, when Jim mentioned the asbestos, I recall.
I have it here if I can give you the address somewhere. 182 Linfield, and then 10 Bowditch Ave.
Bowditch, yeah.
There's the demo in here somewhere, too.
No, it's okay.
In the interest of time, I mean, it is in here. I could, if you wanted to talk offline, we could go through all these line items, and I could show you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you last
I'm
time.
sorry. If you wanted to follow up at a later time, I'd be happy to go through this whole page with you.
No, that's fine, Jim. The asbestos abatement was, I wasn't even considering that may have come out of your budget, so I knew that happened last year, and I know it's costly, so I fully understand why the increase there. Hopefully, we don't have any more asbestos to worry about next year. Just going to double check. I think that's all I have for the facilities department, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Counselor. Can you just repeat your question?
I'm sorry?
You're all set.
Yeah, I'm all set with the facilities. We still have facilities security will be held separately? Or we?
Yeah, we can, let's get through questions for Mr. Politano, and then we can move on to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other counselors have questions for Mr. Politano? I had one. Jim, again, like Counselor Turco said, every time I've called, you've answered, and you've either told me I'm calling the wrong person, or you got my back and you get it done. So I appreciate that.
Happy to help.
I know facilities is responsible for snow and ice removal on the school properties. Is that here in your budget, or does that get lumped in with our overall snow and ice budget?
It gets lumped in.
Okay, I was trying to find that in here, but thank you, because I called you a lot this winter, and hopefully next winter I won't have to. So thank you. Councilor Hockman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Politano. And again, thank you to you and your team. You guys are holding stuff together with Band-Aids. It's some aged properties in this city, and thank you for really doing a fantastic job. I do have a question for you on page 34 with regard to equipment. It's line 58121. Just seems to be underfunded. Seems to be a line that's gone over 3 of the 4 years that I'm looking at historically. Is there a need for maybe a little increase in that line?
Yes, an increase on that is always welcome.
Sure. Okay. And then you have quite a few outside service vendors, understandably, in your. I would just ask that when possible, if you don't already, I'm not sure, we've never had this conversation, but when possible, if we can prioritize Peabody vendors, and keep those businesses flourishing or thriving if we can. But other than that, the questioning that Councilor Turco asked you regarding the maintenance and outside services that went over budget, barring anything unforeseen, is it your expectation that we'll be able to, that these budgeted lines are appropriate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
And I will say about the Peabody businesses, any chance we can, we do use Peabody business. There's the whole procurement for certain dollar amounts and stuff, but when available, they're always part of the quote process.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Any other counselors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Politano.
Thanks, everyone.
The last item in this section is the Facility Security Division. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody in the room knows the motion I'm going to make, and I've held out on not doing that for a couple of years, but being that the discussion I had with the mayor, at the beginning of budget season and the discussions we've had as counselors, and some of the reductions we've already made in staffing, I will make a motion to reduce line item 51110, salaries full-time, in the amount of $95,968. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Turco to reduce the full-time salary on line 51110. Is there any discussion? Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out that this was initially an ARPA-funded position intended for COVID. COVID is over. We no longer receive ARPA funds, so I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I'm in favor of keeping this position, and one of the sole reasons is that I think that the morale and the employees in this building feel much more comfortable with someone leading a staff that is pro-safety, someone that is not only, and some people call him the door guy, but he's not. If you realize what he does and what he's added to this city with cameras, he's helped the police department several times concerning issues by him proactively having a camera located on Perkins Street where the foosball, or what is it, that new court they put in where the Driscoll skating rink was, a couple of bully situations that they've been capable of finding the people that were involved doing it. So it's not just the city hall issue. It's an issue that, and I hope that we can continue to expand this program that we have to allow for safety, not only here at City Hall, but throughout some of the areas in the city. It's this position is really, it's only a few years old. I think we got to give it some more time to make sure that our people are safe and that we have more control. If there's an issue in City Hall and this position wasn't there, we really have nobody that can act quickly and get to the situation in an expedient amount of time. So I'm quite happy with the position. I think it gives our employees the ability to come into work and know exactly what's going on, and there's only one entrance, and their safety is the utmost concern. So I'm going to continue to support this, and I hope the council will see fit to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely agree wholeheartedly with Councilor Gamache. When this started, to Councilor Corriveau's point, yes, it was ARPA funded. Yes, it was also in the middle of COVID. Since then, the world is completely different than it was prior. I think security is a valuable asset to have. I think not only in this building, but the training that is provided by this individual. I think, if anything, his duties should expand, but other than that, I think this is a valuable asset for City Hall, as well as teaching and educating and preventing anything catastrophic from happening. So those are my words. Through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor. I know some of the assets that this position brings. Could you elaborate on some that I may not have touched on?
Thank you, Councilor, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I think we all have lists of worries being in city government, and certainly aging infrastructure, our pension obligation, which was touched on at the last meeting on Tuesday night. Those are items, and I think certainly security is front and center, making sure the people who work here, our buildings are as best we can secure. And I think this position plays a critical role in allowing the city to be really more proactive than reactive, to do risk assessments, to identify locations where we might be weak in the city. And I think what Mr. Bloom and he's been able to bring forward is just filling a void that we didn't really have. We have an outstanding police department that police the city, respond, do investigations. But I think this position has been able to go to the different city buildings and identify weaknesses. And a lot of the work that he's done over time has been really in the security camera world. We have incredible amount of assets in the city. I was asking Mike Gingras earlier if we're over $1 billion in assets between our 10 schools and the fire stations, the police station, city hall, the libraries, senior center, and we got to be up and close to that range. And assets like our water treatment plant, we now have that fully cameraed. Keith spends time there making sure that our systems are secure, that our access points are secure, and also at our cemetery, to give another example. A couple of recent examples that Mr. Bloom has been able to help, where just identifying where there was some illegal dumping that was taking place. We were able to take care of that, find who was doing it, turn it over to the police department. There was some vandalism going on over at, it wasn't the foosball fields, it was over at the skateboard rink, but also at the basketball court, some of the other places. There was an incident there that we were able to have the cameras there, protect our assets, turn it over to the police department. And there are a lot of insurance claims made against the city, and the camera system that's been set up has been a valuable asset in, and I believe, saving money through insurance claims, deductibles, things of that nature. So it is hard to quantify and really put a number to the savings for the city. I know Mr. Bloom has been a part of getting some grants, and but I do think that places like the water treatment facilities, the cemetery, the library, those things. Also, I did want to mention that he also does trainings. He's getting ready to work with the Park and Rec Department to do training for all the summer employees in de-escalation and handling difficult situations. You know, CPR, AED, all of those are pretty standard, but there are some violence preventative things that he's teaching. I know he's been over at the library working on that. I did want to state, too, that he's here often during meetings, but there's no overtime for his position. That is straight salary. He's an ordinance employee, $95,000. He does get a stipend as part of the emergency management team, but he doesn't get overtime for putting in those additional hours. So I do see value to this, you know, and I do think, and I do see the point that I think Councilor bringing it forward has merit, because we have to look at each position, determine if there's other ways to do it. I know it does bring some security to people who work here, but I do think that there is value that's being brought forward, and it is filling a void that isn't filled by the other departments. Even with our great police department, our fire department, I think the risk assessment, the cameras, that he's been instrumental in putting forward, some of the training, fills a void that's difficult to fill without a position like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your candor and the elaboration on all of the other tasks that is performed. I think people just see his time here at City Hall and think that that's where it stops, and that's just literally the beginning. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Councilor Turco, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I know we have to look at every line item, so I know it's nothing personal, and we're trying to find as much money as we can in a tight budget year, so I totally get it. I would be in favor of keeping this position, and for a few reasons, which I'd like to elaborate on. I agree with everything the mayor just mentioned in terms of the safety aspect, but the more interesting piece for me is the surveillance aspect, and this individual's background with surveillance in that side of the house on technology. One thing I'd like to ask, or maybe bring up to the council and for the mayor's consideration as well, is we sat on Tuesday evening and discussed overtime budget for public safety for both police and fire. One of the key points that we touched upon there was just the high volume of review of surveillance footage. I think Councilor Turco had brought up the City of Revere has recently sworn in a civilian to take on that role, and I wonder, through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor, if there may be an opportunity to increase this role, keep at the same level, and of course, I understand the need for certain security aspects within this building, but possibly increase the scope of this role to include review of surveillance footage for the police department. I think Councilor Manning Martin had pointed out the other night, we're paying overtime at a captain's rate for review of body cam footage, et cetera, and I wonder if that might be an opportunity to realize some cost savings or to help with from an efficiency standpoint for the review of that type of surveillance.
Mr. Mayor.
So thank you, and that was a good discussion point the other day. Yeah, I think Mr. Bloom does a lot of consultation with the police department, a lot of support services he provides. Certainly, I can get into more detail with Chief Griffin and see if that's something that he can additionally provide in this specific role, body cameras, things like that. I know there's some requirements, but also there's some flexibility. So yeah, he could fill a role in that sense as well, provide some support services there, additional support services. So yeah, that's something I'm happy to bring forward and talk to Chief Griffin about. You know, that's something I think is definitely worth looking into.
I'd be willing to consider keeping this position if that's a commitment we can get, that you'll look into that with the chief, because I do think that might be helpful for the department and may legitimize, you know, the expansion of this role.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ladoff.
Thank you very much. This is definitely something I'm very conflicted about. I can appreciate what Mr. Bloom does. He, upon starting on council, he brought me into his office and showed me all the screens that he has and things that he's monitoring. So I have the utmost respect for that, in that his job is doing a lot of things for a lot of people. So one thought, just in the art of compromise, once again, why don't we consider, if these departments are, if he's monitoring certain things, shouldn't those departments be contributing to a piece of it? To think of it as a shared service versus being in facilities, trying to think of if it's something that is spread out, like could we share the pain of the position? I know it still comes from the city overall, but if it's value within those department budgets, maybe there's a reason to share that as a shared service. Another thing to consider is, I know we all talk about fear and being safe at work, but I think other people deserve to be safe at work too. I talked to Morgan at the main branch, and you know, they have problems with level 3 sex offenders, and they're looking at books and sitting around and having to kick out people. So it's just not in this building that we're concerned about safety. We should really be concerned about all our employees, and that's something that adds some value as well. And I also don't know, we're reaching a tough point of we're trying to decipher the budget and trying to see what we can cut back. And I don't think we're doing as many cuts as we need to do or we want to do. And I'm sure it's frustrating for all of you, because I know it's my first time on council and I'm trying to find out what's a want and what's a need. So that's why I was trying to come up with an alternative of, you know, some things that came up was to see if departments would share in the pain of that position, if they're seeing the value of monitoring. It's definitely a position that is reactive. You don't know you need the work Keith is doing until you need it, until there's a missing child at the Children's Museum, and then you need it. It's something you don't see daily. It's not pretty, so it's hard to see it. So I was trying to find a way to find some compromise of seeing if departments could share, like, within this. And also, is there a way, could this report over to the police? Because it seems like, are they monitoring the same type of things? Could it report to the chief and still do the things that he does? If there's a value in it from a police perspective, and that's where his surveillance background is, maybe that position is best suited there to still do the things that he does. Those are some of the things I thought of in trying to work within this scope.
Thank you, Councilor. Good. Mr. Mayor.
No, I think those are all good points raised. I wasn't sure what the best thing to do, because I do think it could be spread out a little bit into different departments. I think that's a very good point. And it's been brought up, because Mr. Bloom does work at the water treatment facilities to put some of the money in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, even at the golf course where he has the camera system set up to do a little bit of that. I think I could do a better job of showing the diverse responsibilities and roles he does in the different departments. When I was debating this, how to do it this year, I thought it was best to put it all in one fell swoop, just so everybody knew what the number was. But hearing your comments and others that have been brought up to me, if we do move forward with this position, I think I can do that going forward to try to align it better that, 10% of his time is over at the water treatment plant, so 10% of his salary should be paid there. 7% of his time is at the golf course or the skating rink. So I think I could do that. I didn't know if I should chop it up this go-around, and I just left it as that number. But I do think there's merit to what you're saying, Counselor. And if we do move forward, I can do that better next year to really show the diversity in the different departments he touches.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor, are you all set?
For right now, I am.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Initially, when this position was created, I was not in favor of it. I thought it was going to be temporary, and since then I've been sold on everything that everyone has said in favor of keeping it. I've reached out to Mr. Bloom very often about things at Emerson Park, things at City Hall, potential protests, potential problems that we've spotted on social media. I think it is important to make the employees feel safe. Two of the buildings I work in have metal detectors. I don't think we want to go down that route. That's not very welcoming for the public. And I think I can give one quick example of a holiday concert. There was an incident, and we did have police. No, we had police here, but there was an incident and someone got hurt, and fire was called. They came right away. Well, fire and police were dealing with the person that was on the ground. But there's hundreds of people walking down the stairs, and Mr. Bloom was very calm, controlled the crowd, didn't make a scene, and there was a very good sense of security and crowd control there that I think not everyone knows about, no one wants to talk about it, but it was proactive that we had him there, so I 100% support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't walk into the State House without a state trooper checking me in, going through a metal detector. There's a battery of state troopers at the State House. That's a public building. I can't start a session in court without a court officer being present. No judge will come on the bench unless there's a court officer present. I can't go to my temple to pray without without a armed security guard so that my temple can open. Councilor Corvo, I wish we lived in a world that we didn't have these things, but that world doesn't exist anymore as far as I can see. I wish we did. I can't go to Logan Airport to pick my kid up from a flight without blue lights in all my mirrors because there are state troopers pushing us so that we don't get out of our cars or leave our cars unattended. That's the world I think we live in. Every school in our city, every school as far as I know, probably across America is locked. You can't get into a school without a video camera and someone allowing you in or not allowing you in. It's just the way it is. Mr. Bloom not only does his job, but I think he does it extremely well. I read recently, I think in the last week, that there was an attack, a cyber attack on a water source in California by some fringe group out of Iran. Those are things that are being monitored by our staff, our paid staff, and Mr. Bloom's a part of that. Some of it is, you can't get into the school administration building across the street. There's a greeter with a locked door. I don't know if I said this. I can't get into an office building in Boston, not only without going through security, but without showing my driver's license, my identification, so that they can run it through a machine and see and do some sort of check on me. I think we have that system in place at the Higgins and at the high school, right here in Peabody. So, while this position may have been grant funded at its inception, I don't know how we can deny that there's a need for it. So for those reasons and a whole host of others that I can rattle off and spend more time, I plan on supporting this position and maintaining it. And I agree, I think it was Mr. Rosignol or Mr. Welton talked about enhancing this department. I think that there's opportunities where we can secure our city, our assets. And please don't forget the $15 million asset that PMLP works out of. But I'm sure that we can secure our assets, and it would take more than Mr. Bloom to do it. And I thought Councilor Welton, was going to, when he talked about the overtime line and review, I thought he was going to, if we had a police officer here Tuesday night up through 12:15 at night, what would the overtime on that be? Because we'd either have to put another police officer on shift or we'd have to pay overtime for someone to stay. So I think that there's value in this position. I think there's value in this area, and it's just the way of the future that we need more security, not less.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for being late. Getting back in from Boston and the rain was a little rough today. So if this has already been asked and answered, I apologize. So there's mention of police overtime and comparing it to this position, should this position not be here. I believe that position earns comp time. Isn't that correct, Mayor?
Does the position in comp time? I did want to state that again, because I get asked this question a lot. He does not receive overtime. It's a straight ordinance position. I do not have the answer to that in terms of comp time, but I can find out.
Yeah, I believe he does get comp time, so that turns into additional monies. So that's what I believe. That's what I've been told. And also, as it's already been stated, this was originally through, I think, ARPA money, and then it has been baked into the budget to include pension, health insurance, and started off at, I don't know, 86,000 in 2025, and now it is 95,000, almost 96,000 for 2027. And I know that I made this similar request for a cut last year, and obviously it was not approved. And I bring the same reasons forward, that I believe it is a police function, and we did just add more officers to our force that could be, should be, and also provide these same services. So I do think it's a duplication and a conflict with our law enforcement as well. Jurisdictionally, you have who's in charge or whatever. I just don't think the position is necessary. I don't think it's a good fit. And I can also see that there's been longevity added to this position. Again, it went from being a non-existent position, brought in with ARPA money due to COVID concerns, to control access and egress under COVID mandates, and that's all gone, thank God. But, you know, the salary has increased, there's been longevity added, and I also see payroll stipends of $3,120. So this has turned into a division that is costing us a lot of money when it wasn't a position at all at one point. And so now it's a division, it's a position, it's pensions, health insurance, and things like that. Maybe goes to the old nice to have position, but we're not in times right now to be funding nice to have positions. We must have positions, and again, we just added positions with the police, and I think that this is a police function. So I supported this last year. I will support the motion again this year, and we do need to start making significant cuts. This is almost $100,000, and we do need to start showing the taxpayers and the residents at home that we are making cuts to this budget before we again go to them for increased taxes and again more fees, and we need to make these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question, but I do want to say, it sounds to me like we're piecing together duties from different departments that really should be done in those respective departments, and it doesn't make sense to me to have this position. And no disrespect to Councillor Hockman, the State House is not comparable to City Hall. Logan Airport is not comparable to City Hall. Other city halls surrounding us are, and from the research I've done, there's no comparable position in any surrounding communities. I think we need to cut where we can, and I agree with Councillor Manning Martin. This is a nice-to-have position. It's a champagne item. We don't have a champagne budget. But I do have a point of clarification. In the stipend spreadsheet we were given, this position is listed as a $13,000 stipend, and in the budget it's listed as much less than that. I believe it's around $3,000. So if someone could just clarify for me which is correct, because the spreadsheet does indicate that he got a stipend or will be getting a stipend of $13,000.
Counselor, I can clarify, this position also has a stipend under emergency management, which is on page 27 of our budget in the public safety line item.
Okay, thank you.
So those two together are what you saw in the total of the communication prior.
Okay, so in addition to a $96,000 salary, he's getting that entire over $13,000 stipend, is that correct? I'm going to assume that that's correct.
Yes, I did state that earlier.
Okay. I think this is, and it's nothing personal with the gentleman that's currently in this position. I just think it's a position we can afford to reallocate the duties of it back to their respective departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to state for the record, I know Councilor Latoff mentioned parsing out of his responsibilities. I actually think the opposite. I like the fact that it's in one position. Even though he does multiple jobs throughout the city, I think having it consolidated so that it's not caramelized in the budget, you can see exactly what we're spending on this specific individual. I think that's a better way to do it than having it kind of caramelized between each department. So I just wanted to make that statement known. Other than that, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And can't really disagree with any of the comments that I've already heard tonight, for and against. I do recall when the position was created, it was during COVID, and there's a thirst to, once COVID was gone and the ARPA money was gone, remove the position. However, times have changed. And as I'm looking at the position, and the mayor, in his comments earlier, touched upon insurance at some point, right? And more and more municipal insurance companies that protect municipalities and buildings, are looking for leadership in security. They're looking for that. They're looking for someone that directs the, lowers the liability risk for the city. They're looking for, workplace safety instructions. They're looking for public access safety, and we have that. They're looking for protection of sensitive operations, which we have in this building, more and more. And with the economy being what it is, it's going to get more sensitive, I think. I hope not, but I worry about it. They'll be looking for how we comply with OSHA, ADA compliance issues. These are issues that fall in that position. This would, when there are claims against the city, having someone in this position actually strengthens the city when they're going up against claims against us. And it also proactively prevents high-cost situations from occurring. We don't see them. Maybe they didn't happen because of the presence of the security that we have. I think that as the insurance carriers are looking for professional security leadership, they're looking for documented protocols, they're looking for trained employees. Without that, our premiums go up. Claims get harder to defend. This role reduces liability and prevents incidents from occurring. I think that the position pays for itself in the long run. I think this is, having this position is a modern approach. Despite what I heard earlier, there's about 10 communities that I know of that have this kind of a position today. This is a modern approach, and it's a responsible decision in my opinion, and I think we should expand the role, but I think it's responsible to keep the position intact. So I will not be in favor for cutting this line item. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, at the beginning of this, I made a motion. I didn't make any comments because I don't have anything negative to say about the person, the position, or what's happening. Just as I did with the trash fee and said that, I was looking at a funding mechanism to put the city in a better financial position. It's the same thing. We had a list of cuts presented to us at the beginning. Obviously, some of them didn't come to fruition, but those cuts were made. Nobody questioned any of the police officers. Fortunately, the mayor put those back. Nobody questioned any of the firemen. Nobody questioned the library hours. She stood there. Nobody had any questions for her. We can justify all we want. I look at it strictly as a monetary thing. It's nothing personal. We just cut a DPW worker. Who do you call more? Anybody in this room? Do you call security or do you call the DPW? But we were okay with cutting the position. As far as training and all that. That's been historically, my very first year, 2016, on the council. Russ Lewis taught me CPR, and I think Mike, forget Mike's last name, but anyway, 2 firemen taught me CPR. As far as the water treatment plant, we just got that grant. We approved it 2 weeks ago. It's a cybersecurity grant. I am severely doubtful that this position has anything to do with the computer programs or the cybersecurity at the treatment plant. Yes, the cameras. I know that because Council Walton and I have talked about the cameras. Chief Griffin mentioned the other day that the modern technology in the new building would be able to maybe curtail some of the overtime. In the same sense, the same camera system that is linked to City Hall could be sent over to the Peabody Police Station. So, if we can't, I look at it, and I don't mean any offense to anybody, we're talking out of both sides of our mouths. We want to save the budget. We want to cut. I count through you to Councilor Peach. How much have we cut so far?
About $340,000.
The 340 includes the cuts by the mayor, correct? That's council and mayor?
No, that includes the raise that we reduced to 2% for the fiscal year, and any line item cuts that were made after that.
Okay, so that's actually a little bit better than I thought with 340,000. But using Mr. Gingrich's math, I think what's that equate to about $12. Maybe 14. We gave back to the taxpayer on this, and I don't think we did what we needed to do. I think that again, just as we did last year and the year before, we talked about this. We know. We're looking at a couple of years of this, and you're telling me next year that we're not going to have to address this again. I wish, like I said at the beginning of this whole process, that we had addressed some of this last year, so that we had 2 years of savings behind us to try to fund things. And let's not forget we cut 4 high school teachers, I guess, but we'll address that next Tuesday. But nobody, there's no issues there, I guess. As far as insurance premiums, if that was true, Mr. Higgins, the finance department would have those numbers to show us the difference in the savings that we've had in the last, I think it's been 5 years that this position's been in. But there are no numbers to show us that. As far as the security at City Hall, yes, it's great that we have it. We have locked doors at our elementary schools. We have no security at our elementary schools. We have one police officer that roves the elementary schools. There's no guarantee that he's going to be at any one. The Terigian Center, we have no security there for the elderly. You walk right in, anybody. but when, there's no equal concern there. The libraries, I could bring up the stabbing that occurred at the Newton Public Library, 2 years ago. We can find reasons to justify everything, and I wasn't looking to do any of that, which is why I made the motion strictly on a budgetary manner. I've talked to police officers because, this doesn't go on me lightly. Do you think that I would, I kind of knew that this was going to go 7-4. I could have counted these votes about a month and a half ago, but I still made the motion because I made a commitment, and I have a fiduciary responsibility, and I could look at this book. And I heard more motions to add tonight than I did to subtract. That's a sad, sad case. I like you all, but I'm not here to make friends. I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to make cuts, and I don't think any of us did our jobs this year. Yet again, $100,000 that we left in this book. It'd be the first thing that I would go to any year that we have to make cuts. Before public safety, before teachers, before anybody, it would be the first cut that I would make. And this was the very last, and I know all the arguments. I've heard all the arguments in the past. I don't disagree with, some of the things that were done, but can we do without it? Yes, we can. I would venture to say more people go up to 50 Farm Ave on a given data to see facilities than they do here at City Hall, and yet we don't have any security at 50 Farm Ave. I've talked to a couple of police officers. Said, how long would it take you to respond to City Hall in the event of emergency? Less than 90 seconds. That's the answer I got from several cops. Less than 90 seconds, we would be at City Hall if there was an emergency. So my thought at that point, when I was told that by at least 2 different police officers, was if there was somebody to walk in the front door or the side door of City Hall with a weapon, there's no security here that carries a weapon. The first call should be 911 to get a police officer here. I'm not confident that that would happen. I'm not confident that somebody might not reach out to the head of security and say, hey, I think a guy just walked in with a gun. We just lost time because of this. So, I can hear all the positive things, and you know what? If I had to make the argument on the positive side, I could make it. I supported this position when we implemented it, and the background of this individual is incredible. It's a great background. We should be happy to have a person of that caliber. I could make all those arguments, and I think that's the argument I made, when we implemented the position. And again, like Wendy said and the mayor said, the camera system is phenomenal. It's helped us on a few things. But again, it's a budgetary concern. We have to stop this. I could look at any employee in this city, and there's none here that I could look at that say, we don't need them. I said this to the mayor at the beginning of the budget season, right? We are not a top-heavy at City Hall. I don't care what anybody says. I look at the Revere budgets and the Malden budgets, and there's assistant to the assistant to the assistant, and 2 chiefs of staff, and we don't have any of that. There's no built-in layers, and so these are tough cuts. In the mayor, I do believe this city runs on a bare-bones minimum. We have, 2 people in the finance office for $220-30 million budget for a city of this size. We're going to have to cut those things. It's inevitable. So, next year we know this. So, again, are we going to? What's the next year? We cut the auditor and save the security position because everybody wants to save the one individual. We cut. I don't know, any position in City Hall that we want to cut, and this is the priority. This is really the priority for anybody in this building. Is this over everything else we've cut? Not one single word about a fireman or a policeman. Thank God the mayor put those positions back, but there wasn't a single word. You didn't care if the house was burning down, but you cared that there was somebody here to monitor the cameras at City Hall, and that's not to minimize what he has done. He's done some great things. Again, it's a monetary thing. I was told, and I'll never believe it again. I should have never kind of jumped into this. I was told at the beginning of this that we needed a trash fee because we had to straighten out the budget, and it would be helpful. And then we had the increase in the prevailing wage, and trash costs were going up, and also in conjunction with that, we would be able to make cuts in this budget. At the beginning of this, we had a lot more than, between the mayor's proposed cuts and cuts that some of us had talked about. We could have got up to $800, $1 million. We're not even in the ballpark. We're not even in the ballpark of cutting that. And I believe, Mayor, that was a conversation you and I had. Was the attempt was to reduce the budget, on a yearly basis, close to $1 million. There's no attempt here. I mean, again, it's nothing to do. It's never anything to do with an individual. There's nobody in this city hall that I don't like. I get along with most everybody. I also like the cops and the firemen too, and I like the teachers. I like the teachers more than anything because there's no security personnel without the teacher. But we're all okay with all of that. So I guess again, I counted the votes a month and a half ago. It's 7-4. So move the question.
Councilors, the motion on the floor is to move the question. Roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle,
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
No.
Corvo.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-1.
Councilors, the motion to move the question passed, so now the motion is on the floor.
Madam Chair, does a motion to move the question need a unanimous support?
No.
Thank you.
Councilors Daigle,
For clarification, the motion on the floor is to reduce line 51110, full-time salary from facility security unit. Roll call vote, please.
Councilors Daigle,
No.
Gamache.
No.
Hockman.
No.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Rozignol.
No.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corvo.
Yes.
Peach.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Motion fails.
Are there any other comments on this budget? Councilor Ladoff.
Before we moved, I wasn't done. So I understand the
Councilor,
process.
I'm sorry, we
but-
can't
it's over?
comment
Okay.
on the motion
Okay.
because it's been moved.
Okay, it's moved, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Councilor Manning, since you joined us after we had gone through, we haven't voted on the entire public services items yet, so I don't know if you had any questions for facilities or DPS before we take a motion on the overall section.
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Do any other councilors have any questions on this section, public services, minus the cemetery? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
Yes, I got a quick question to the chair. I know that we approved the cemetery budget the other night, but for this section, I'm going to move approval on the entire public services budget.
The Finance Director says yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At this time, I would move approval on the public services line items as approved by His Honor the Mayor of $14,487,962. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle,
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
No.
Manning Martin.
No.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corvo.
No.
Peach.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-3.
All right, councilors. Can move on to debt services. This is the next section in our budget book. That is page 53. Any councilors have any questions for the finance director on debt service? Counselor Turco.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Gingrich. I had asked you this question last year. Can you tell me what's been added to debt service with regard to current projects or purchases, i.e., I believe, is the golf course land, I think you said last year was under their enterprise fund, but is it just the police station that that right now we're waiting to bond on, or in the land purchase for Rousselot would be underwater if in fact we make that purchase? Is there anything I'm missing?
I responded to a council motion last week or the week before, and I did send out a memo indicating what was coming on and coming off from between 2026 and 2030. And to answer your question, predominantly it's the public services or the public safety building coming on, and then there's some smaller bond authorizations that we've done earlier, like the $8 million for the high school feasibility study. That'll be coming. Additional for the public safety building, there's another $22 million to probably approximately that amount to close out the project. We just recently did some school roofing for $1 million. So there's a number of smaller items that's coming on, and there's, for the most part, it is the public safety building.
Okay, and I couldn't quite hear you. So the public safety building, is any of it in the current debt service, or that will be fiscal year 28 that it'll be in the debt service?
That's correct. There's nothing in the 27.
Okay, and again, I know you provided the document, but, you know, I'm trying to address this, you know, publicly.
Right.
What's the debt service going to look like next year and the year after?
I was projecting an increase in debt service next year at approximately 1.7 increase in debt service. We're about to go out to sale of bonds for next year, 32.7 million. And depending on how that comes in when we do the sale, and this will occur next week to settle July 1st, so I'll have firmer numbers, but it looks like to be in that range.
Okay, and I believe when you and I spoke, you said that there's a couple of high years coming for, was it the Higgins, that we have a couple of high years coming, and then it starts to decrease after that?
The Higgins is going to be approximately, within our total debt service, about 3.3 million of it is the Higgins, and that's going to go from 2027 to 2034. Then it starts coming down.
Okay, so we still have quite a ways to go on that. Last year at this time, you had answered a question about the bond rating. You had said Moody's had just gotten back to you. Where are we with, did we hear back from Moody's this year, as of yet?
Moody's affirmed their same bond rating at AA3. You'll receive in your packet today, actually, the memo and the credit report for that.
Okay. That's all, Mr. King. Thank you very much.
Counselor Hockman.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrich. You indicated that you anticipated debt service to go up 1.7 next year. Is that million or percent?
That's million.
Million. And if we were to approve a high school project, when would you anticipate that debt service to come into our budget?
Well, we've already done $8 million, and notes will be going out for that. And as we get into the feasibility portion of that would be permanently financed probably 2 years from now. And as we get into construction, architecture fees that are more substantial, it'll be phased in over probably 5 years till you get the full impact. But I would say for 3 or 4 to 5 years, you're going to get partial impacts.
Thank you.
Any other counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I move approval on the mayor's approved debt service amount of $10,475,078. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Benning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, will move on to employee benefits, just page 54. Counselor Ladoff.
I have a question in regards to, oh gosh, let me try to find it. I was trying to get my hand up quick before Mr. Turco. Okay, for page 56, for payroll expenses, it looks like there's an opportunity to reduce by $50,000. It seems like the payroll expenses have been pretty consistent, and I'd like to make that suggestion. That would be line item 51192.
What page was that?
Page 56, line item 51192.
Councilors, it was probably 11:45 when we voted on this on Tuesday, but we did vote on this. I was looking at sick leave buyouts, and I was like,
Yep,
did we talk
thank you
about
very
this
much.
already? Yes, so we have voted on this section. Wonderful. Cross that off the list. So we can move on. I believe that is everything in our budget book for the city side. So if we can take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll move to the enterprise presentations. Counselors, we are going to resume with the Finance Director's presentation on the enterprise funds. With that, Mr. Gingras. If counselors can find their seats, thank you.
Thank you. This evening we'll review the water and sewer and recreation enterprises. This is under Chapter 53F and a half. They're self-sustaining or fee-for-service accounts, funds that require the budget to be authorized by the City Council. The next slide. This slide shows the water and sewer enterprise revenue, the actuals for fiscal 25, projected 26 and 27. The actual revenue for 25 was 20.8 million. I'm projecting this year with solid collections coming in now at 21.6 million. And then with our increase in water and sewer rates, we could be looking at somewhere in the $25.5 million range. And the water generally is in the 43% of the total, and sewer at around 56 or 57%. On the expense side, we're looking at actuals in 2025 at 10.3 million. We're projecting in 26 close out the year just under 10 million at 9.99 million. And our budget for FY 2027 is 9.9 million, very similar to last year. If you look at the second line from the bottom, intergovernmental, that's the SESD assessment. And you can see in 2025 was actually 8.9 million. Then it reduced to 8.5. This year it's 8.2. So most of the savings we're seeing in the budget from year to year between 27 and 26 was brought about by the reduction in SESD. The next slide is the water expense. The actual water expense for 25 was 11.7 million. The projected for this year will be 11.5. And the budget for the 2027 year is 13.6. You can see on the fourth line from the top, the MWRA water purchase is driving the budget. 2.3 million in 2025, 1.9 in 2026, and in our 27 budget, it's 3.4 million. Our water use from MWRA is increasing. I'm planning on a pretty significant increase in 28. The overall budget-to-budget increase is 1.9 million, 1.4 of that is MWRA, 200,000 in payroll, and 120,000 in outside services. This slide looks at our retained earnings. It's a recap. In the 2025 year, our revenues of 20.8 million, less indirect costs that get transferred to the general fund, less our operating expenses, left a gross profit from operations of 1.3 million. Our debt service was 2.6 million. So in that instance, our gross profit did not cover our debt service. We had a deficit of 1.3 million. However, we had retained earnings of $1,084,000 going into it, which required, if you recall, a subsidy from our general fund last year of $258,000. So we ended up at a zero balance. Projecting in 2026, revenues at 21.6 million, less indirect costs to the general fund of 69,000. Projecting a little less than budget at 18.9 million in expense, which generate a gross profit at 2.6 million, and which is equal to the debt service, trying to break even, closing out this fiscal year without any subsidy from the general fund. In our FY27 budget, with the rate increase, we could be looking at 25.5 million in revenue, less 76,000 for indirect costs to the general fund, operating expenses of 2.9 million, which could generate 4.5 million of gross profit from operations against debt service of 2.6 million, where we would begin to grow fund balance at 1.9 million in retained earnings. Moving on to the skating rink, the actuals for 2025 were 891,000 in revenues. 89% of that is from ice rentals and public skating fees. This year, we're projecting an increase to 920,000 over last year and over budget. And then for FY27, another slight increase based on increases in rates and activity there at 950,000. Operating expenses at the skating rink, actual in fiscal 25, were 803,000. 84% of that salary and wages and utilities. In addition to that, we had a Zamboni lease cost of 40,000 and debt service of 81,000 for the total cost at 925,000. Projecting out for 2026, this fiscal year, the operating expenses of 863,000, our last Zamboni lease payment of 40,000, and debt service of 79,000. So projected expense to close out would be 983,000. Next year's budget bumps up to $1 million, 922,000 for operating expenses, and our last year of our debt service for the renovations we did 15 years ago at 77,250. Recapping the skating rink's retained earnings, actual in 2025, 891,000 of revenue against operating expenses of 803,000, which drove a gross profit from operations of $87,000. However, it was less than we needed to cover our financing costs of $121,000. So we had a net deficit of $33,000, which added to our beginning deficit of $239,000 to create an ending retained earnings of minus $273,000. Going forward through 2026, we're projecting, again, the 920,000 of revenue against 863,000 of expense for a gross profit of operations of 56,000 against our financing costs in column 3 of 119,000. Again, we'll have a negative revenue based on the financing being higher than our gross profit from operations of 63,000, which grows our negative retained earnings to 337,000. Projecting for FY27, revenues at 950,000, operating expenses of 922. So we have a small gross profit from operations of 27,000, but we still, even though we lost our Zamboni lease, we still have the last remaining debt service that would not be covered. So we'd be about 50,000 short, which would again grow our negative retained earnings to around $387,000. Next, we will present the golf course projections and actuals. In 2025, the actual golf course revenue was $2.1 million. And again, 86% of this is from greens fees and cart rentals. This year, we're on target for our revenues. We had budgeted 2.1 and 80,000, 2,180,000. We're on track for that. We'll probably come in a little bit heavier, a little bit more. And then next year, we're going to project 2.2 million. We'll have a slight rate increases, which should drive revenues up a little bit. The golf course budget is broken into two segments. We have the golf grounds budget and the clubhouse budget. This slide presents the golf grounds budget, which in actual for 2025 was $776,000. And predominantly, the two large items there are the maintenance of grounds account and the salaries and wages, which is about 83% of the total budget. This year, we're projecting to spend $732,000, and it's a little bit less than budget, primarily because we have a new superintendent of grounds, just came on board less than 3 months on, and as he gets acclimated to the course, we'll be increasing our repairs and maintenance at the golf course and improvements. And then finally, our FY27 budget is $916,000. Again, 84% of that is maintenance and grounds and salaries and wages. The next slide just kind of previews some of the capital line item that was on the previous page. Different areas that we have ongoing needs, irrigation replacements, pump station upgrades, bridge repairs, decking, cart path paving, number of items. So whatever we don't spend from the prior year, we'll carry and have that additional funding to help us make some repairs and improvements. The course is 25 years old. There's a lot of things that are towards the end of the useful life that need upgrades and replacement. The clubhouse budget is actual for 2025 was $779,000. And this budget also includes the debt service for the land purchase when we purchased the land from Rousselot for the half of the golf course. But the total was $962,000 between the operating expense at the clubhouse and the debt service. And the two large items in this budget are salary and wages and lease for the carts, and that's approximately 75% of the total of the clubhouse budget. We're projecting this year a little bit over budget at $764,000, plus our debt service of $343,000. So $1.1 million to close out this year. And our budget for next year for 2027 mirrors the spend for 2026, $761,000. The debt service dropped a little bit at $315,000, so a little over $1 million total for the clubhouse portion of the budget. This slide looks at our retained earnings, revenue, and expenses for the golf course alone. Actuals for 2025, $2.1 million. Operating expenses, $1.5 million. So we had a gross profit from operations of $588,000 against a debt service of $182,000. So that left us with a net revenue of $406,000 to be added to our retained earnings. So our ending retained earnings for FY25 was 1.8, almost 1.9 million. Projecting for 2026, revenues at $2.1,080,000 against operating expenses of 1.4 and 1.5 million would give us gross profit from operations of 683,000 against our debt service, which still would leave a net revenue of 339,000 added to our 1.8 million. So we should be ending the year at approximately 2.2 million for golf retained earnings. Then projecting for FY 2027, slight increase in revenue at 2.2 million, operating expenses at 1.6 million, which would leave gross profit from operations a little over $500,000 against our debt service for the land purchase of 315 would generate 207,000 of net revenue to be added to the retained earnings. So we should end 2027 at about 2.4 million for the golf course itself in the retained earnings. But since this is a recreation enterprise in total, the two entities, the rink and the golf course, are combined. And this is a breakout of the combination of the two. The actuals for 2025 shows total revenue of little over $3 million, expenses of $2.3 million, with a gross profit of operations of $767,000. After we paid for the Zamboni lease, debt service, and land purchase, there was still $372,000 to be added to predominantly the golf retained earnings. The total rink recreation enterprise account has 1.8 million for the golf course and negative 273 for the skating rink, so they ended up with 1.6 million in retained earnings in total at the end of FY25. For 26, 3.1 million is the estimated revenue that will come in against 2.3 million in expense. We should generate around 739,000 of gross profit from operations, which would leave a net revenue of 275,000, and that would be broken out from the skating rink, a negative 337. Golf course would provide positive 2.2 million, and we would end up in total at 1.8 million in retained earnings. Projecting for 2027, 3.150 million in revenue, 2.6 million in expense, generating gross profit from operations of 550,000 against debt service, the final debt service from the rink, the 315,000 for the land purchase would leave about 157,000 go towards ending retained earnings. So at the end of FY27, we're projecting 387,000 negative at the skating rink and 2.4 million from the golf course. So a combined total between the two would have retained earnings for the rec enterprise at a little over 2 million.
Thank you, Mr. Jingras. At this time, I'd entertain anyone in the audience who would like to speak from the public. You just come up to the podium if you'd like to speak, or if there's anyone on Zoom, just raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll turn it to the counselors. Do any counselors have any questions on, I guess we can start with, let's start with golf course. You can ask questions on the presentation or the budget book. We'll kind of combine it. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Gingras, just a quick question on the Zamboni lease. It's zeroed out for next year. Does that imply that we'll own the Zamboni, or we're not going to have a Zamboni next year? Could you just further clarify?
No, there was a lease purchase, so we own the Zamboni.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have questions on the golf course? Counselor Ladoff.
Thank you. On page, this is S50, I see there is a TBA position for a equipment tech. I'm curious, I was told this position has been open for multiple years. Is that correct? And if that's the case, is there an opportunity that we could put like a $1 value on this position this year to hold it for next year? I'd love to hear some more about that.
Mr. Cronin, do you want to address? Or does Mike want to speak to it?
I can answer that. That's for the golf course equipment technician, and we've been trying desperately for a couple of years to fill this position, and we can't fill the position. We're having difficulty filling the position because the salary is too low. People want somewhere around $10,000 more than that, and we probably would like to come back to you to increase the ordinance at some point in order to fill that position. So I would like to leave that money in there. We also have our former golf technician, Glenn. He comes back and helps us part-time. Right now, we kind of get by with that, but we're in desperate need of that. Our new superintendent's here, Jerry Dunkley, and he could elaborate on, just what it takes to, maintain all that equipment. But yeah, it's desperately needed.
Thank you for that. I would like to make a recommendation. As Councilor Turco has mentioned, we've had to make some tough decisions, and this seems like a spot that maybe this could be a part-time position, just to help us for a year, and we can regroup next year on this. If it's something we've been managing with part-time help, there's an opportunity to continue to manage with part-time help, I would assume. And it's not a position that has a face to it at the moment, and if we're not about to fill the position, then we save on the health insurance on it, so it's actually probably about $100,000 that we would save. So I'd like to make a motion to continue with a part-time, as we have been when emergencies arise or situations arise, and to eliminate this position or put a $1 value on it so we can revisit this for next year.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Ladoff. The motion is to reduce the TBA position. So reduce the line 51110 full-time salary. I don't have the actual dollar amount because we changed
The dollar amount here was...
Well, because we reduced this has the other raise in it. So Ross, if you could provide that.
So the dollar value right now is $74,666.06 is the updated number from the 2%. $74,666.06.
Okay, Mr. Gingras is indicating we did not change this in the ordinance, so that number is correct. The 74,666.06. Are there questions or comments on the motion, Councilor Turco?
Yeah, I just want to say, obviously, I don't want to put the golf course short on this, but it's already June, and we already got July, August, September, October, November. If you had 5 months left, if I guess through you to Councilor Latoff, if we could at least fund it for, maybe half, 35,000, in the event that we do fill it for, a portion of the year for next, May and June, right? Correct? We would, if. You know what? I'm going to ask a question through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor. Do we have anybody in line for this job yet? Has anybody applied or any potential applicants?
We've had a couple of applicants that we've interviewed, some that we were interested in, but the money just didn't work.
Right, so, I mean, with that, I'm very doubtful that, you know, for this golf season, you're going to have that position anyway, so I don't see a problem with reducing it. I mean, it doesn't really help us with the bottom line on the tax dollars, but a reduction is a reduction toward the fund. So I won't try to amend your motion, Councilor Lettaf, but I'll ask any interest in, you know, going to a 50% split on that position in the event that we're able to fill it for the next golf season in, you know, April, May, June of next year. So at least that gives us like a 3-month period we'll be able to pay somebody if there's an applicant.
Through the chair to Councilor Turco, I would agree to that.
So I'm going to put that on you, Councilor Peach, to do the 50% split on that.
I'm going to look sure that we pay.
37,330,303 would be the new funded level according to my right-hand counterpart.
I think what we need is the reduction amount.
We're going to reduce it by 37,303.03.
$37,333.03.
Thank you, sir.
Lots of threes. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I know it's an unfunded position right now because they're struggling to find somebody to do the work. With your permission, I'd like to ask the golf superintendent to come before us to say what the position is, what he's looking for. I mean, this is the one entity that we're making money from. The last thing I want to see is us do something that's going to hinder our maintenance, and then the product starts to go downhill, and then we start to lose revenue. So I don't disagree with looking at every dime and turning over every rock. I just want to make sure it's something that isn't going to end up coming back to bite us in a bigger way than saving 30 grand.
Yeah, absolutely. Superintendent's making his way.
Good evening, Council.
Did you hear the question?
I did hear the question.
Okay, thank you.
In the golf course world, one of the most, and not to single out any particular position, the mechanic is quite important. He is quite much the backbone of the operation. What the mechanic does is he keeps all the units sharp, he keeps them running, he checks for hydraulic leaks, he allows the assistant and the superintendent to perform their everyday duties. Without a mechanic, the meadows would be hamstrung, very much so. Mike and I have worked reluctantly to fill this position, and not to have that position at the Meadows could, in the long term, the golf course would suffer. You know, I understand the city's in dire straits financially, but at the same time, my job is to keep this course pristine and keep our public continually coming back and enjoy what the former mayor created for the wonderful city of Peabody. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Just as a follow-up through you, Madam Chair, so I think where the council is coming from, it's been an unfunded position for the last couple of years. So how have you managed the last couple of years to maintain the equipment that is absolutely vital to maintaining the golf course?
With the help of the assistant superintendent as well as myself. And I just presently started this new position approximately 2 months ago. Mr. Gringus has said, I'm getting acclimated with the golf course. I came from Sagamore Spring and Linfield. I was there for 27 years. I'm well-renowned on maintaining equipment. Except for rebuilding an engine, I can pretty much keep things running. But at the same time, the importance of a mechanic is to keep the assistant and the superintendent keeping other things such as irrigation, chemical applications, fertilization, keeping our wonderful employees motivated and on track, you know. And if I could just add, like, it's not a position just to keep somebody employed in the city. Every position in the golf course is so very important.
I couldn't agree more, to be perfectly honest with you. And it sounds to me like you're basically doing double duty. You're in charge of running all of the maintenance and actually doing the maintenance on top of that, so that's going to take you away from other jobs. I think the bigger issue in this particular instance is actually funding the position to an appropriate level so that we actually get a qualified candidate to do the job that needs to be done. So I, in particular, will not be voting for this. I understand the point of trying to save, but I think in the long run, it's actually going to do damage to our one asset that's bringing in a significant amount of revenue. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for our superintendent and whoever can answer.
Councilor, are they on the current motion on the floor?
Yes.
About Councilor Ladoff's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so through you to either Mr. Gingras or the mayor, if someone could just speak to, or the superintendent, whoever can answer this. I'm seeing, according to what Mr. Gingras said, there is some part-time funds going into maintaining the course right now, or the equipment right now, because you don't have that position filled. That's correct?
Not as often, only when needed.
Okay, so it's you and your assistant super being responsible for that?
Correct.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Gringas had said that there was some part-time work being brought on. Did I misunderstand that?
Just as needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
If this position were to be funded, when you say part-time work is being brought on just as needed, how much would that affect the part-time line item? Approximately how much money are you spending in part-time labor to maintain the equipment without this position being filled is my question.
Not much at all.
Okay.
It's hourly.
Okay. All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Good.
Councilor Churko.
Thank you. I just, I know people have questions here, but so I guess Councilor Latoff amended the motion to cover the salary for at least 6 months. But what's your confidence level that you'll be able to find somebody, prior to the 6-month window of fiscal 2027? So I'm asking you that question, and then just give me a second, I'll let you answer. The other thing I wanted to mention is, this is not a big deal. We'll reduce it as $37,000. If he finds somebody next month, it's not like next year we're not going to say, oh, well, he found somebody, and he can tell us that, and it'll come out of the Golf Enterprise Fund to pay it. So this is just kind of an accounting thing. We can account for and reduce it by 50%. That gives us a 6-month window to pay somebody in the event that he finds somebody. If you find somebody sooner than I think, and you have to fund it for 8 months, you're going to go over budget on that line item, and we will then make a transfer next year to account for it. So this is, I get we want to talk about it, and but this isn't a big deal. It's we're not going to take it away. First of all, let me go backwards. Thank you for coming up. I know this is like nobody wants to do this for the first time. We're all regular Joe Schmoes up here anyway. So, welcome and congratulations on the job. Peter Cronin's done an amazing job over his course of his career, and I've heard good things about you, and I'm glad you're here. But back to the subject at hand. Am I incorrect, Mayor, that if we fund this at 50% and he finds somebody sooner, this isn't really a big deal? I'll ask the finance director here. This really isn't a big deal if he finds somebody 3 months more quicker than we think. Nobody's going to be mad at you next year if you do.
Counselor, the most important thing would be to increase the ordinance so that we could advertise this position at 85,000-ish, and then we could worry about the funding. But if you left the funding where it was and we increased the ordinance, then we would have likely enough to close out the year between now and next June. So, for instance, if we were able to find someone by September, there's 3/4 of the budget left.
Right, but I guess my question was, Mike, is if we funded at 50%, that he does find somebody in September.
Well, no one's going to take a job where we can't advertise it at $85,000.
No, you still are advertising at $85,000.
No, because the ordinance is only 70-something.
Oh, so this is a motion, there's something on the floor to increase the ordinance too? I wasn't aware of.
No.
Councilor, I think I see what you're saying. So if we cut the position, or cut it in half now, still kept the position, kept it partially funded, and then if we came back to you with a request to bump it up $10,000 to 85, which would give us a better shot over the next few months maybe to get somebody, that there could be support from the council for that, so we're more competitive, but we likely wouldn't be finding somebody anyway for a little while, and we would still move forward. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not looking to hurt the golf course at all. It's a line item cut, and again, we went through a budget. We went over on about 100 line items, and we transferred and we fixed it, and we'll transfer and fix that one, especially since we're all kind of aware that what we're trying to do here. So
that makes sense.
It's great if well, not great for you, but if you don't fill it, then we're right on target. And if you do fill it, we'll give you the money to fill it, and we'll consider the ordinance increase at a later time. At some point, whenever you want to bring it forward. I wouldn't do it tonight because I don't know what a maintenance. It sounds like a lot of money for a guy that fixes lawnmowers and stuff, but and golf carts. I don't know. I don't do that, but I would like more time to actually look at it. So I don't want to consider an ordinance increase tonight before I know what people get paid for this.
Yeah, we'd have to bring that back to you, advertise it, bring it back to you, explain the reason for the increase. But I think to get somebody that I think we do need long term, I do think we need to bump it up a bit.
Councilor Walton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Promise this isn't about a Zamboni. I got it. We're on golf now. So just wanted to, I understand what you're saying, Councilor Turco, and I agree with you, and I agree with what you're saying, Councilor Latoff, for the 6 month. And I think I understand the disconnect. Mr. Gingras, you're saying 84,666, or there about another 10,000 bucks from where it's at now is what's going to attract candidates, and we've marketed this position and nobody's been applying at the current rate of 74,666. So I'm wondering if we are going to reduce, could we just reduce based on 84,666 to $42,333, and that would give us 6 months runway. And then if they're able to hire, that way they could advertise at a higher rate. If they're able to hire, great, and we'll adjust it when we need to adjust it. If they're not able to hire, then we'll reassess next year. Thanks.
I think that makes sense.
Any other comments on the motion? Councilor Latoff.
I'm happy to amend my motion to what Mr. Walton said.
So if I understand correctly, the amendment is to fund it at half plus 5. So it will increase it by 10 and we'll divide it by 2.
Correct, correct.
So we have $42,333.03. Are there any further questions on the motion?
It's a reduction of 32,000. Right. So we're looking at the reduction, not the addition.
If I may.
32,333 to make the funding 42, yes. My only comment on this is we reduced the skating rink position last year and they funded it anyway, so I don't know what the point of any of this is. Councilor Turco.
Yeah, I wasn't going to bring that up, but that's my exact point, is we reduced the skating rink budget by $50,000. I think, actually not last year, the year before, but then whoever hired the position anyway and pulled it from the golf course to pay the $50,000. So the cut that we made never got implemented. So I guess that just goes to show you the leeway that is in these enterprise funds. So that was my point. This isn't a worry to me that we're not going to fund this position.
Yeah, that was my point. I get your point. I think it's one thing when you're the money-making part of this enterprise to do something like that than when you're not the money-making part of the enterprise to do something like that. But I'll digress on that issue, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
The motion is to reduce the line item by $32,333.03. Roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
No.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
No.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corvo.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
No.
Motion carries 8-3.
Councilor Ladoff, you still have the floor.
I'm all set.
I've lost track of lists I've had, so does anyone else have questions on the golf course? Councilor Hockman.
Thank you. I just have to get back to golf. I'm not going to make I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to make a statement. Golf, which is a municipal property, pays $13,000. According to this budget, we received 2026 actual year-to-date expense, $13,342 in electricity for the building. And then I believe the clubhouse, it says electricity for building for the golf course in that amount. And then for the clubhouse, it's $20,380. And the only other point I'd like to make is I believe that, I know that this is an enterprise fund, but this is all taxpayer dollars, right? All money that comes into the city is taxpayer dollars. So I just wanted to, but I realize that it's limited in how we're able to use it because it's an enterprise fund. I'd like to maybe at some other meeting or time explore how we expand upon our enterprise fund group, but that's for another meeting, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the telephone services line item for the golf course, it's budgeted $1,000 more than the previous year. I know we did have some fluctuations. I don't know if the current superintendent might not be the best person because it is his first year. Maybe Mr. Gringas can speak to what's causing these increases over time in that line item.
Yeah, we've been using the so-called telephone services line item for internet services, so those keep going up, so that's what that is. And our phone system's tied into the internet with Comcast.
Okay, thank you. Is there any chance to renegotiate a better rate? Is that something we can cut the line item down by a little bit?
Actually, the IT department has been working at that, and I think they had gotten a little bit lower rate.
Okay, can I make a motion to cut that line item by $1,000?
No.
So moved? No? Thank you. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion to reduce line 53410 telephone services for the golf course by $1,000. Is there any discussion? You said 1,000, right, Councilor Corvo? Yes, 1,000. Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle,
No.
Gamache,
No.
Hockman,
No.
Turco,
No.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Welton,
No.
Rozignol,
No.
Ladoff,
Yes.
Of course it's a yes.
Corriveau,
Yes.
Higgins,
No.
Peach.
No.
Motion fails, 8-3.
Councilor Corvo, you still have the floor.
I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors on the golf course? Councilor Daigle.
I'm going to be quick and beat Jared to this punch and thank the golf course team. You guys run a great operation over there. And I know you're working on the clubhouse, but I think if you need to bring in more revenue, those Uncrustables is the solution for next year. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you for coming Tuesday and this evening. We appreciate you. The one money-making entity in Peabody. Now we can move on to the skating rink. Begins on page 59. Do any councilors have any questions? Councilor Manning Martin.
Yes, but I know that the mayor just stepped out. I had a question regarding the lease. It should be up soon, so I just wanted to know him to share with us what his plans are moving forward. I suppose I can wait till he returns.
We can certainly circle back when he returns. I will note the lease is up next year. We're entering our last year of the lease. Any other councilors while we wait? Councilor Hockman.
Two quick things. Paul, you mind? How do you? Thanks, Paul. Welcome tonight, and also thank you for being here late the other night and here again tonight. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, otherwise I can call you by.
It's okay.
All right, so is Paul all right with you?
Paul's fine.
Appreciate
Yes,
it.
yes.
I see that the Zamboni lease is maturing, but we're keeping the Zamboni, is that right?
Yes.
So there's a
We
dollar
own-
buyout or something?
The city owns the Zamboni now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there, through the chair, I'm sorry to you, is there, we're not funding the lease, but is there any, strike that, forget about that. The only other thing I want to say to you is you also work out of a municipal building, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you
Yes.
pay a year-to-date in 2026 fiscal year, $122,383 in electricity to PMLP.
That is correct.
Thanks, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor. Mayor, you had just stepped out, so what I had requested is for you to talk about the expiring lease and what our plans are moving forward with the skating rink.
So thank you, Council. We do have 1 year starting July 1st, so next June 30th, 2027, our lease would be up. We've been in contact with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, who's the owner of the rink. They are going to be doing an RFP. They're required to do so. So I don't know the timing of when they're going to be doing that just yet, but I feel like this has to be a community decision when we do submit, if we want to submit as is, if we want to submit with a partner, or want to submit with the intention of having a third-party operation, we got to make that decision. I suggest we put this on for later this summer, because we have to have these discussions sooner rather than later. But the DCR is putting it out regardless of what our intention is. If we wanted to extend, they have to put it out. But we got to make a decision if we want to re-up or not. So I would suggest that we mark this up for, I know we go on a brief recess, so maybe that first August meeting, maybe set this up for discussion at that time, or earlier, depending on what the council may want.
So,
I'm sorry, Council, if I could, I meant to say, because you've been very helpful in this regard, there have been people that have reached out, certainly with interest. They have the opportunity to bid as well, for it. But we could have the opportunity to partner with somebody, or I do think there's great value to the rink, and I do think Paul and his team work very hard, but we have to make a decision based on numbers and look at all of our options. So I would suggest we put it on later this summer, or the appropriate time the council thinks, but probably sooner rather than later.
And should we do that through the ad hoc committee on golf and skating rink and attack it there?
I think that's an appropriate action, Counselor, and when we enter our regular meeting next Thursday, if we'd make that motion to put it in your committee, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you very much. And through you, either to the mayor or the rink manager, the in-state travel reimbursement was, back in 2023, $3,000, and then last year we got it down, well, 2026, we must have cut it down in half to $1,500, and now the year-to-date for 2026 is about $2,100, and then the mayor's approval is an increase of 120%, or $1,800 at $3,300. Where are you traveling? Where are you going?
So I'm actually not traveling a lot. It's a mix between my clerk's travel allowance that she receives, and it's part of my my gas that I've worked out when I got hired. Yeah.
I do know the clerk has a requirement to go to the bank every day with cash, so I think there's a travel stipend for her to go back and forth to the bank, sometimes multiple times a day.
Okay, so that would be the clerk's kind of gas reimbursement?
It's travel.
A travel reimbursement must be for gas. I mean, you're not getting a gas reimbursement to go to and from work, are you?
No.
So part of the requirement for banking is they go every single day. So across the board, the clerk or whoever, if clerk's out, Paul will go to the bank. That instead of them going to the bank, which is close by in the square, or instead of going to DPW and go around every time to fill their own car, that's a part of that stipend, per se, in-state travel. So some other departments have that same thing, that they have to go to the bank every day with cash. So if they have to come to me, or I'm gonna have to go to them every day. So part of it was a combination of saving me traveling around the city, out of my office, collecting the cash every single day as part of a requirement to turn over cash every single day to the treasurer's office.
Okay, but why $1,800 increase? It's a 120% increase. Why?
IRS mileage increased.
That's right. What is it, 72 cents now?
I have to check but it went up again this year.
It went up again. I think it was 62, and now it might be 71 or 72.
So, yeah, so the price of that, even traveling a short distance, has gone up dramatically for that IRS number.
Okay. I think maybe just for moving forward, we should probably change the line or the title of that line. In-state travel reimbursement really doesn't really reflect what you're doing there. So that's fine. Okay, thank you.
It's 73 cents per mile now.
that would explain the jump.
Are you all set, Counselor? Thank you. Counselor Turco.
Thank you very much, Councilor Peach. Paul, being that the mayor said that likely, or we're going to have to look at where we are next year. I don't think there's any need to beat you up like we do, every year. So I think you're going to get off easy this year. I think
It's
we just
okay.
we need to get
It's
through.
okay. It's okay.
All right. We're going to get through till June of 27 and then make some decisions, when we get there. The only question I had to you is, and I intended on asking this prior to Councilor Peach, you, I want to say it was I think it was 2 years ago, Councilor, that we reduced your budget by $50,000. And if you remember, we reduced it, and we didn't pick a position to reduce it from. We left that up to you. And I don't think that ever happened, because actually looking at your positions this year, you got 6 people working there. I'm not sure that we ever had 6 people working there in the first place, but how did that occur that, we asked you to reduce that by $50,000, we made a council vote to reduce it by $50,000, and I don't believe it ever happened. As a matter of fact, I recall a transfer later on that year from golf for the $50,000 that we reduced. So obviously, somehow that whole transaction took place. Did you pick a person to reduce when we asked?
No, so what happened was that the $50,000 was the head labor position, which was John Bishop, who retired. He stepped away. We had another employee who was working nights, who was full-time at that time, and we needed a head laborer, so we moved his position to the day shift. So that $50,000, I don't know, what you're asking. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it went.
No, I mean, you used it to pay a salary somewhere because...
Well, we've been using it to pay his nightly salary anyways, his full-time salary. So I never added another position. I took the gentleman who was working in the evening and moved him to the day shift.
And then you never replaced the evening position at all? There's nobody working there at night?
No, of course there's part-time. Yeah. It's a mixture of full and part-time in the evening.
Okay. I mean, just that one I think caught a lot of us, personally, because we made a cut. I don't know how it happened. I'm not going to hop on it. Like I said, we got a year left on this, so we'll get through it. You have, out of the 6 employees, 5 of them receive health insurance? 5 out of the 6 employees?
Let's see. 2, 3, 4. There's 5 that are receiving health insurance. Yes.
Okay. All right, and, I guess, Mayor, like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's a larger discussion in August, but, can we reduce any of those to part-time to save the $23,000 in insurance? I mean, I don't... I guess looking at the positions, I think there's a couple that may be able to be reduced to part-time to 2 people, so that we don't have to pay health insurance on those
I
things.
think if you do that, the part-time, if you do that and someone turns to part-time, they're going to end up working more than 25 hours a week. So you're going to be obligated to pay their health insurance anyways.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on that, whether we would have that obligation. I know that my wife is a 15-hour para for the Carroll School, but works quite regularly, 20, 21, 22 hours, but she doesn't have health insurance or pension, and I'm not arguing. I don't care if she does or doesn't. I cover that anyway, but so I'm not quite sure that we have to do that anyway. But I guess this could all take place in August. Are you going to be available in sometime for an August meeting, Paul?
Yes, of course. Yes. Yes.
All right. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Take care. You're welcome.
Any other counselors? Seeing none. Counselor Gamache.
Are we voting these together? So the skating rink and the golf course together is the total recreation expense? I mean,
Yes.
enterprise? So what's the new figure for the total? We took out, so it'd be 2 million, till I get this right.
Counselor, I have $2,942,359.97.
How many cents?
97.
Let me just
Did
clarify that.
Did you add the 5,000 or to take that away that they asked for? Because I have $29,024.52, or 2.9 million, $24,052.97.
Go with whatever Ross said. This is,
Ross, what's the figure?
You were correct, Steph, because I included the 18 that we took off.
I do
originally.
also work in finance.
So is it $2,942,359.97?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, if there's no objection, I move to approve the recreation enterprise account for $2,942,359.97. So moved.
Counselors, you heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Counselor Hockman.
Yeah, I just want to disclose that my brother is an employee of the skating rink, so for that reason, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Counselors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
All right, counselors, now moving on to water and sewer. Counselor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Politz. You're up. Welcome back, Mr. Politz. This is your third time up here, maybe? Got any more hats you want to throw on?
Not this evening.
Yeah, I guess we briefly discussed it, over time, and we just had, the increase of the water rates and, fees to try to cover our expenses. And I know you had some concerns about, the excessive cost of making water. I mean, we all know water's a commodity, but are we just unable to draw water from, what's causing the increase in the MWRA water? I think Mike has addressed it, I just forget the answer.
Sure, that's a great question. So we are in at least the second year of a drought at this point, and due to that, our basin recharges have not been what we'd expect on a normal year. And due to that, and due to the summer demands of the residents looking to use their water outside for irrigation, it puts more and more demand on our system, and the only way to account for it and to provide the water that the system is being demanded on a daily basis is to purchase more and more MWRA to compensate for this.
Okay, and so basically you're stuck in a spot where there's really nothing you could do to address this until it rains. I mean, am I correct? We're going to be reliant on MWRA for a significant, well, I guess you can't say that, but we're reliant on MWRA until the drought conditions lift, and then, maybe we'll see reductions on our end.
Right, so the Spring Pond Basin really never really recharged this year to where we'd expect it to be. So that's a fair statement. Until we get significant rainfall and not what we're talking about, what we're receiving recently. Like significant rainfall over a long period of time, it would take to recharge these basins. We are, yes, much lower in the basin in the volume of the basins that we have now. We are much lower than we would expect to be this time of year due to these oncurring droughts.
Thank you, Will. And the water treatment plants, as far as the obviously West Peabody is relatively new. South Peabody was basically a rebuild renovation. How are we? We just heard from SESD about their goals for what changes they need to make. Is there anything on the water source side that we should be expecting for increased cost assessments for maybe changes from Mass DEP requirements for drinking water, or something that we should be prepared for?
That's a great question, and the answer is yes. So we face some more and more regulations from...
Excuse me for 1 second. Just don't say 300 to 400%, please. Please.
I won't give you a percent then. So we are facing more and more regulations, rightly so. Drinking water is a commodity, but it's also important, a source that everyone relies on daily. So we are striving to make the best water that we can, but we are regulated by both the state and the federal government, and new regulations are being populated. So one of the things that we are working on right now is, I'm sure, a term that everyone in this room has now heard that no one knew about 5 years ago, PFAS. So we are purchasing GAC, granular activated carbon, for the Winona Water Treatment Plant currently, and GAC will be replaced more frequently than was originally intended on its design. We are also piloting, partially funded by Mass DEP through a grant, but also funded by the city. We're doing a pilot study at the Walsh Water Treatment Plant as well to determine the best source removal for PFAS. If we can do it with the existing infrastructure of the plant with GAC, knowing that the operating cost is going to increase because of the amount of GAC we will need to recharge in there on an annual basis, may be worth the operational cost versus doing a capital project that we do not have a value at yet, but could top $20 million at the plant in order to get a different type of chemical in there to remove the PFAS, which would also have to be replenished. So there is no chemical out there, or no, not chemical, but there is nothing out there for a product that would be a permanent solution. These things need to be replaced. So we're currently piloting over at the Walsh Treatment Plant to see if we can use GAC with the existing filters that what we have already. So that's something we're working on now. We'll also be, so we control the water pressure and volume for fire protection through our water tanks. We're looking at our maintenance on the water tanks, so that right now we're looking at Mount Pleasant water tank to be the first water tank to go. So there'll be maintenance out there on that tank, including painting, and that we do not have a value, but that will top over $1 million just to do that project. That will be constrained to the time of year that we're allowed to do it, because we can't take that tank off during the summer, during the high demand, or the system wouldn't function properly. So we are locked into either a fall or spring painting on that. We're also looking at the storage tank of the Walsh Treatment Plant, the Cedar Grove tank, which is behind in the golf course, behind the cemetery. So we're looking to do maintenance on that as well. So that's a very important tank in respect to the operation of the plant. It allows what we get called CT time, contact time with the chlorine, to make sure that the water is clean to go out the plant. And so we're looking to do some much needed maintenance on that tank as well. Those are probably the big items out there. The other item that's on our radar, though we'll be doing I should pause and say, we will be looking at and doing significant maintenance on the remainder of our water tanks as well. Just Mount Pleasant is the first one to go. So those are things that need to get done in order to maintain the system. So we'll be looking at that over the next few years. And the other item that is on the radar is a service line inventory that we've been working on to find out what services are in the ground and to verify that none of them are lead. or galvanized metal behind a lead connection, and that's been going on for the better part of 18 months, and that will start ramping up, and that is EPA regulation across the country that every drinking water supplier is, well, I don't know if they're struggling with it, but they're going to have to follow these new regulations that have come out. And so we don't know the expense of that is yet, but that will be an added expense in the distribution system at some point when we formulate our formal plan on how we move forward to verify that we do not have any of these connections. So I don't know if that's the answer you wanted this evening. You might have wanted no, we see nothing on the horizon, but that is what we see on the horizon at this point.
So did you say 300 to 400%?
I did not give you a percentage.
No. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to hear, and maybe that's where we dropped the ball with communication with the, not you, us, with the residents. You know, we went up on water rates. You and I had briefly talked about it. I think you were actually hoping for a little bit more than we did. And, you know, residents, I guess, you know, we didn't explain very well that this is the cost of making water. This isn't, you know, us trying to make a profit off the residents. This is just what it costs to provide water to the residents. And, you know, there's a lot of maintenance and a lot of requirements in the MWRA usage, and that's the purpose to my line of questioning, because my one regret is that I didn't have more questions to DPS at that meeting, so that maybe that the residents would have better understood this. So this was my opportunity to do that, and I'm going to continue with that.
And can I add that we still believe that even with all these expenses on the horizon, that we will still be making water cheaper than the MWRA is going to sell it to us.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so hopefully it stays that way. Water meters. We had a water meter replacement program that I want to say it's been 5 or 6 years, Mike, that we funded $1 million for water meters. Did we bond for that? I remember the council making a...
Yes, right. But it's bonded, right? It's bonded, right? Yeah, so to answer, the dollar amount is higher than $1 million. It was bonded. It was approximately 3 years ago. So the thought was we do need to move, we are moving forward with the water meter project. At the same time that we looked forward to moving with the water meter project, it was an end-of-life situation with the water billing software. So we needed to upgrade the software. I do not believe there was, I'm not an expert on the water billing software, but I believe there was no support left. It was an outdated software, and it had to be moved over to Munis, is what the city uses for billing software. So our consultant said, if you move to a new billing software or you do a meter project, you're going to run into difficulties just because of the nature of what you're doing, but you'll get through it. But if you try to do both at the same time, it will be a challenge that you will possibly regret taking on. So the decision was that we needed to move forward with the billing software, and we had to pause the meter project. So we are where we are with the billing software. I can't say that it's all roses, but we're as good as we're going to get. And so we're actually moving forward with the meter project at this point.
Okay, and I guess, Mike, if you want to jump in for 1 second, did we already bond out for that? We have the money. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Pollitt, so are we going to have enough? Because this was 3 years ago that we bonded it out. I'm sure prices have gone up.
That's a great question. I don't have an answer, but I suspect we do not have enough. And I would also add that one of the items that we were looking at doing was piggybacking off of PMLP and how they collect their meter information. And so that seemed like a viable option, so we were looking to go down that route. And it is a route that we are happy we did not take. There's another community that had the same thought process, and they are still struggling to get through that. So.
Okay, yeah, so I'm glad you touched on billing. That was one of my other questions. I have talked to Janice, who, by the way, I have to say the water billing department has gotten the crap beat out of them for a couple of years now. And, it's through no fault of theirs. It's, as you mentioned, the software issue. And so I'll ask, while I have the floor, Mayor, where are we with billing? You had mentioned in your robocall that we were going to have a couple of cycles where we might go 4 months, but we'll eventually get caught up. Are we there yet, or have we done that second 4-month bill?
Yep, so, and thank you for saying that about Janice and the team over there, because they have had it rough over the last couple of years, and they're working extremely hard. That's a good group, and I do feel bad they've been taking some hits. We are making progress. We're hopeful that the August bill, the next round, will be just about caught up. We are catching up more and more every week. I don't know, I don't want to say that we're completely caught up yet, but I know we are getting close. So we should be back in the next cycle or two back to the regular 3-month cycles. And I know that's been throwing residents off because they're getting billed 4 months when they typically getting billed 3 months, so their bills are higher. But we do have all of our water meter readers in full operation now, and I do believe we are catching up. If I can maybe get some more information, I can get the council maybe a better timeline, but I know we are improving.
Okay, that's good to hear. All right, another issue that's come up recently, Will, and another conversation that Councilor Manning's had with you and myself, lost water through, we obviously can't keep track of every leak in every system in the city, but what happens in that case where, we have an undiscovered leak in a city, water line for months and months and months? Is there an actual real cost to the city for that? Or I guess, is it just lost water that we can't use, or is there a monetary cost?
Great question. So we refer to that as unaccounted for water. So that is water that we've produced at the plant and is run through a meter and has never come back through to somebody else's meter. That is something that we struggle with. Most recently, we had a leak in a neighborhood off of Lynn Street that was fixed today. So the leak was determined because it was running into a catch basin. Just to give you an example of an example of that. Leak was coming into the catch basin. We knew that the leak was not happening in that direct area. So we had to get company leak detection to come out. They located what they thought was a leak, but not everything goes as planned. So we dug and the leak was not there. Leak detection had to come back out, and then we dug today and found the actual leak. So we attempt to, I believe today they were on site repairing that. So we do try to find every leak we can. So once a year we hire a leak detection company, and they will do half the city. That's what our budget has. And then the following year they'll do the other half. We'll get the information, and then the water department will start mobilizing to basically, they'll start prioritizing these leaks, and they'll start fixing these leaks. Obviously, major catastrophic leaks are detected within minutes to hours, and they're the ones that are significant, and we're out there immediately because people have lost water. But the slow leaks, they are out there, and every year we hire a company to do 50% of the city and then try to fix those. Yes, there is a lost revenue with that. We have spent the money to run the water through the treatment plant. We've paid the employees to maintain the treatment plant. So yes, we're losing revenue as we allow water to leak out of the system. But we are certainly not the only community that has unaccounted for water, but it is something we struggle with. It's something we also believe that possibly a significant source of the unaccounted for water may be captured when we replace the meters. So meters generally never fail speeding up, they fail slowing down. So when we do this meter project, we may realize that some or a lot of our consumers are consuming more water than we actually knew of.
Right, and that's why I'm hoping that we move forward with this meter project. Janice had also mentioned a similar thing to me. Back to the water leak. So that was reported, just again, this is for the public and maybe some of the councils. That water leak was reported by a resident on Aberdeen Ave, and he noticed that there was a good amount of water running into the storm drain and near his house. And then I saw you guys over on Greenwood looking for the leak, two streets over, and it wasn't on Greenwood, and where did it wind up being?
I would have to check with the water department where it was. I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe they found it. If I have my dates correct, I think leak detection found it yesterday, and I believe it was dug today, but I could be off by a day.
Okay, and again, there's a purpose to every question I ask, and the reason was the resident that reported it was pretty angry that, because we had just gone up on water, so I wanted to ask you those questions and just show how difficult it is to find. I mean, you were 2 or 3 streets over from where the leak was.
Yes.
In a city of this size, so, we do our best to keep track of those things.
Right, so I would add, like, the catastrophic leaks are pretty easy for us to find. I mean, they're catastrophic. They could collapse the road. These slow leaks, yeah, they could be traveling. This water is coming out, and it's going to try to find the easiest path possible. And sometimes the easiest path possible may not be just straight into the ground. It could find another utility. It could find a national grid pipe, not at the pipe, but it's going to find the sand or the gravel that's around these utilities, and then it could run down the street for so many feet, especially if it's on a hill, and pop out somewhere else. So yeah, so we sometimes can't just dig where we think it is. We have to actually get a locator in order to, 1, save time on fixing the leak, and 2, trying not to dig up excessive amounts of roadway that we then have to repair.
Okay, and I just have 2 more lines of questioning. The guys up at the treatment plant, I'm kind of doing a preemptive here. There's some TBAs in your budget for, I forget their exact title, for treatment plant operators, I'm sorry. And I just want people to know that, I have had this discussion with you, I've had it with the operators themselves. Those are necessary positions that these guys are working 16-hour days trying to keep up until we can fill those positions, but there are certifications required to be a treatment plant operator. And, there's not a lot of young kids out there that are wishing to become treatment plant operators and running out to get these certifications. So I hope the council leaves those 2 positions alone because they're needed. And just as I addressed Janice, the water treatment plant operators kind of felt, when that bad water report came out a few months ago, they felt like through discussions, phone calls that they got from residents, that they were kind of taking a hit for that when it wasn't them at all. It had nothing to do with the operators. I think that was more of a management issue, if I'm correct, from what I was told. And I want to say, honestly, thank you to those guys. Most of you know those water treatment plant guys. They're working 16-hour days, sometimes more, 6 and 7 days a week. And nobody loves overtime that much that they don't want to be with their families. So they're hoping that these positions get filled quickly. But it's one of the issues that, again, we're going to have to address, Mayor. We are the lowest paid water treatment plant operators in this district. And I know, it's not going to get addressed this year. You're working on their contract now, am I correct?
Yeah, in fact, we had a meeting yesterday, so we are working on it.
Okay, so that salary, in order to keep these people, because what happens is they get their experience here for the low amount of money, and then as soon as the next city over, offers them an extra $5, they're out, and they're over there, and we can never we've never, since I've been on this council, kept a fully staffed water treatment plant staff. And that's why, and I think you know that. I'm not telling anything you don't know. It's just they're very low-paid people. And the last thing I'm going to mention, Will, and this might not be the best thing for you, but I put some thought into this. You have in the sewer budget, you have an environmental engineer at $84,000. I've looked at this, and I've looked at other cities. I have some other councilors, and we have Ty and Bond, and we have Weston and Sampson under contract, correct, that help us with a lot of water issues throughout the city. And am I correct in that?
Yes, our general engineer for water is Weston and Sampson, and then depending on what it is, it's either Ty and Bond or Weston and Sampson on the sewer end.
Okay, so if there's anything dramatic that's needed as far as engineering purposes, we would generally go to them under contract, correct?
Depending on the level of effort involved, yes.
Okay. So with that, again, you know, we've already made a reduction to your department, and I don't want to hurt you too much, but I think that it makes sense for us, especially looking at the long-term cost, that we didn't get the full funding that we were hoping for. You know, the thing that I'm going to make a motion to reduce the salaries line item in sewer for that one engineer. And on the other side of that, my thinking was we also fully funded your chief engineer position in hopes that you get that shortly, and I think that will help. And we left you with there was another engineer in the system that you have, and we understand that you have Ty and Bond and Weston and Sampson, and the ability to, you know, if something comes up that you need them, you could do that. Councilor Peach and I have talked about other cities and towns. This is kind of the new way that cities are doing it. They're limiting the amount of on-staff engineers, and they're paying contracts to do the work, whereas we already have a contract. If we need to at some point add to that, you know, but we can save a salary of this significance and benefits. I would like to do that. I never want to just do it without giving you a chance to respond, but I am going to make that motion, and I hope that it'll pass. But if you could speak on that.
Certainly. So I guess to clarify, we do use Weston Sampson. That's primarily for our water. They actually have a construction side of them that we utilize on our wastewater pump stations. We have 37 sewer pump stations throughout the city. Weston Sampson has won the contract this last round again. It's a 3-year contract. I think we're on just entered year 3. So they maintain the pump stations. We utilize Ty and Bond if there's a major infrastructure question or issue on the sewer side. They're not per se under contract. We would have to put them under contract if there was an issue, so they're not systematically working for us normally. I think to be cognizant of what the position does, the position is in charge of environmental reviews for the department through conservation, depending on the level of effort. If it's a significant level of effort, it will go out to peer review at the cost of the applicant. But there's a significant amount of peer reviewing on the conservation side. If we need to do environmental permitting, that is the task of that engineer. We are also regulated by the EPA on our stormwater system, so he would maintain the MS4 system. And if we have a sanitary overflow, reports that and is in charge of overseeing a contractor if we have to go in and clean up a property. So there's other things that this individual is doing, and some tasks over regards to the landfill. So I just want to make sure that you kind of get the full breadth of it, and to bring in a consultant, obviously hour per hour will be significantly more expensive than the in-house staff, but just wanted to give you an idea of what that position entails.
Yeah, and the idea behind it was that, you know, peer review, almost everything in the city is peer reviewed. I haven't seen many projects that have come forward to Concom or anywhere else that aren't, you know, sent to third-party review. And the applicants for most of those things pay it. Obviously, like you mentioned, there's some internal things in the city that you need engineers for, which is why I didn't make a motion to cut any further than this one position, because I feel as though even if we do need to go out, I think, Councilor Peach, you know, we should have it, but I know I didn't ask you to bring it. There was, Lynn had a chart of what they charge, I guess, applicants for engineering review, and they actually mark it up a little bit to cover their cost of engineering, and that's what I'm hopeful to do. Now, that being said, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to make the motion, and I'm hoping that we can cut it, and if it doesn't work, we'll review it next year. But in the meantime, I think you're going to get your, I've heard you have somebody that might be looking at the chief engineer position, I hope, and I hope you get that position and you can utilize them just as you wore 2 hats for 2 years. Maybe the chief engineer can help out, and the junior civil engineer can help out in that case. But I would like to make that, we tried to get rid of the early billing fee, and we there was no will to do that. So there was a $500,000 gap in what we wanted to fund, and I'm going to try to get $120,000 of it back into the budget by reducing this position. And I certainly mean no offense. I know you're doing the best you can with what you have, but I think that if you have to pay for what you have to pay for, and if contracting out becomes an issue, we'll know it very shortly into the year. We'll communicate, and if we have to address it further down the year, we can. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to reduce the full-time salary line item on page 62, line 51110, and that's under SOARS, in the amount of $83,979.59 on that line item.
Counselor, the reduction amount, I believe, for that line item would be $80,742, which was the ordinance amount that we passed. Like, that was the new budgeted amount proposed. So
moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion on the motion. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, I know that we've thrown a lot of people to cover here and there, and we're hopefully going to get a new engineer. How long do you think it'll take for the new engineer to be hired? We raised the salary, and we raised the salary for that position, and we couldn't fill it because of the salary amount, so we increased the $25,000. How long do you think it'll take before we see that person hired? Because if we've had such a hard time for that type of position, even though we've increased the amount of money, do you feel comfortable that we'll get that person on board in 3 months, 6 months?
Yeah, I think now that we've moved that salary up to be competitive with Danvers and Beverly in particular, right, which I know Mr. Pollitt spoke about, I do think that we can get candidates. We have interviewed a number of people, some we've liked, but it hasn't fit with that salary range. So I think this will give us a better opportunity. I know Mr. Pollitt is very anxious, and there might be people that we interviewed before that we might reach out to again. So I mean, it's hard to put a date on that, but I know that we have interviewed a number of people. It's a position that would be of great value.
And again, if I may, I know there's a motion on the floor through you to Mr. Pollitt. This new engineer will be capable of performing environmental, hopefully involve environmental questioning and all that stuff, correct?
Yeah, the items that I mentioned this evening, we would expect the new engineer to be able to, would have experience in these items.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Councilor Hockman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Pollitt. If we were to reduce this line and eliminate this position, in your opinion, what risks would we face with regard to compliance with all those state and federal regulations?
It's a great question. It would depend on how long it took to bring on the senior city engineer. There would be a window there that we would have minimal or less than ideal coverage on these items, but we'd suspect that the new engineer would be able to handle this. It would be additional workload than we would have envisioned that position taking on. That's not what we envisioned when we put out the posting to get another engineer, but we'd suspect that this person would be able to handle all these items.
Through you, Madam Chair. And what ramifications does the city face if we don't comply with state and federal regulations when it comes to the functions that this engineer fulfills?
I didn't hear your whole question. Did you ask what the liability we'd face?
Yeah, the ramifications, yeah.
It would depend on how long this went on for.
Yeah, well, just give me an idea. Give me, if it's 3 months, if we're not even advertising at the highest rate, at the higher rate yet, because we just passed it. I don't know if we have to advertise it, which we do. So that's going to be a month or 6 weeks or so. before we even take on applicants, and then we have to go through an interview process. So let's assume, for the sake of this conversation, we're 3 months out before you get this new engineer, assuming that qualified applicants come forward at the higher rate. What ramifications do we face with either noncompliance and/or degradation in quality of water?
So it's primarily on wastewater, so not a whole lot on the drinking water side, so that's pretty self-supported on through the water superintendent. I think you're looking at additional reviews going up to peer review. I think you're looking at delay or us doing it through somebody else if we have to file any permitting. I guess the biggest one would be probably landfill compliance. So we would have to get someone to go in there and do some of the sampling that this individual does. So we'd have to pick, that's something that couldn't lapse. So it'd have to be in-house or have someone go out there and sample on our behalf. So there are certain criteria that we would not be able to miss on.
Thank you.
Councilor Turco?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Maybe I should have mentioned that, Councilor Hawk, but yeah, I looked at the possible detriment to it, which is why I mentioned, I think that we would have the ability to go to an outside source, correct? In the meantime, if you see something that you think needs to be addressed and you don't have the time because you're in this position where you're waiting for your senior engineer to come in and help you take some weight off, you have the ability to go through, I don't know who would handle that, Weston and Sampson, Ty and Bond, whichever one. I don't know who does what again, but one of those you could go to at a cost, but yet still less than $100,000 plus benefits and pension, correct?
Yes, while we're waiting to onboard another engineer, or the city engineer, yes, we would go through it depends on what we're doing, but yes, most likely would be Ty and Bond. We'd be contracting through them to pick this up as a stopgap measure.
Yeah, and and I don't know if you've had the opportunity to look at the Lynn rates for third-party review, but they do add a I'm sorry, plateaus. Yeah, I mean, so what they charge includes an administrative fee, which then gets used for inside city projects, so it self-funds payment to some of those companies. Again, may not work. I'm no expert on it. I just looked at whether other cities and towns have done. Talked to Rich Benevento recently, and he's contracted out through Lynn on a per-project basis. And I have also talked to another local engineer in Peabody here who works for another city in town on a contract basis. So I know it's common. This isn't anything new. Otherwise, I wouldn't kind of throw it at you right now. But I think that some mostly smaller cities and towns than us, but Lynn is bigger than us, and they do it. So I think we can do it.
Any other comments on the motion? To clarify, the motion on the floor is to reduce the full-time salary line item by, I had the number in front of me and I said it, $80,742. And that is for the environmental engineer line item on the salary page. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle,
Yes.
Gamache,
Yes.
Hockman,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Welton,
Yes.
Rozignol,
No.
Ladoff,
Yes.
Corriveau,
Yes.
Higgins,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-1.
Councilor Turco, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Peach. I almost called you Madam Peach. But anyway, with that, Mayor, I don't typically think we do what the school committee does, where we account for benefits when we make a cut. But in this instance, with this budget, do we want to make a $23,000 reduction in health insurance from one of the line items also? Or I'm willing to leave it alone if it's still. It makes me comfortable that if there's any issues with health insurance, we would have it. But if you prefer to actually show the cut of $23,000, I think I see you do it all the time with the school committee, but we don't.
Yeah, I think we could probably let it stand, Counselor.
I'm okay with it. Thank you very much.
Any other counselors for the water and sewer enterprise? Counselor Ladoff.
Through the chair to Mr. Pollack, I just have a quick question in regards to page 63, and it's item 58486, cross-connector survey. I'm sure this is well above my pay grade. I just don't understand what that is, and it's increasing, so I just was hoping you could tell me more about that.
Sure, you'll see there's an increase in that line item. We need to get a handle on the industry here in Peabody in respect to who needs a backflow preventer. So depending on what this industry does, they're required to have a backflow preventer. It's required to be tested. Those expenses go on to the property owner. Basically, it's just part of the requirement of doing business if you're tied into a water system, and it could have a potential cross-connection into our system where they are doing some sort of manufacturing that could come back into our system. We require a backflow preventer, which will not allow water to come back off their property into our system. So this line item is to get a handle on resurveying the city. So we will have a contractor work with the assessor's office, pull the database to something that's not, everything that's not residential, and they will have to make contact and go into these properties to see what they're doing and if they need a backflow preventer. And at that point, they'll be informed of what their requirements are.
Thank you so much.
Any other counselors? Counselor Hockman.
Yeah, I'll start out by saying that your department pays, this department that pays almost $500,000 in electricity to PMLP. My numbers show $496,030 year to date, mostly due to the water treatment. But that's at least what our budget book says you pay to PMLP. With regard to some of the things you talked about with the MWRA increases that we're funding in this budget, what would the effect of purchasing the Rousselot property and the water that Rousselot has, how would that affect our long-term goal in terms of reducing or maintaining water rates as they are?
Sure, I believe, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I think it's looking 3 or maybe just shy of 3 million gallons a day is what we would hope to get out of there. It may be lower depending on what we find. But that would allow us to pump into our system that additional water. And that would allow us to pump it in during high demand times as well. So our hope would be we could reduce the MWRA reliance by that factor. With that being said, there's obviously infrastructure requirements. We can't just pump raw groundwater and put it into our system. So there would be upgrades to either a treatment plant, or we're still looking at that point what we would be doing out there. But the goal would be to get that into the system and to supplement it, basically to not have to supplement as much MWRA into our system.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get that out there, that there's a goal and there's an expense in acquiring the Rousselot property, but there's a goal associated with it. And we're starting to realize the effects if we don't achieve that goal, because we're buying more MWRA water, and that's going to continue for the foreseeable future. And then I wanted to talk to you about some of the reasons for that. You talked about drought conditions. I want to talk to you about development, particularly state-mandated development like 40Bs, right? More people we have residing in the city of Peabody, the more water demand that there is. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, a very much fair statement.
And then there's also less permeable areas where there's less ability to recharge?
Yes, though, as part of our in-house review and the reviews that go out to peer review, that is accounted for, so they do need to do stormwater recharge, but there is more, most likely, yes, more impervious area, though that is, in an ideal world, recaptured with underground storage and infiltration. But yes, what you said is correct.
And a few weeks ago, I think Councilor Manning Martin looked at the 40, or asked for the 40B inventory, and we're getting close to, in the next few years, with some properties coming off that inventory, we're getting closer to that 10%. But the State House has an insatiable demand for that housing, which is going to affect our ratepayers directly, because we're going to have to continue to buy either Russillo's property, or we're going to have to buy more MWRA water just to satisfy the basic need of clean water.
That's correct, and I would add that we're not the only community that struggles with this. We're part of an organization, there's the North Shore, I'm not even going to attempt to say the name of it because I can't remember, but it's spearheaded by Senator Bruce Tarr, and it is all the communities that is in the Ipswich River water basin, including Peabody, and we meet maybe once a month or it might go longer, and it's eye-opening to meet with municipal leaders and water purveyors of other communities to hear what their struggles are. And yes, Peabody has struggles, but we overcome it with MWRA, but it comes out at a financial cost.
Thanks again for all your hard work and the work of your department here in the water and sewer and water treatment plant and so forth, so thank you.
Any other counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Gamache.
Yes, through you to Ross, what's the correct number of this now that we've reduced it from 243 million? What are we at now?
23 million.
243.
409.
409.
144.
124.
144. 144.
144. So 243, 409, 144.
23 million.
22 million.
23. 23.
23.
409.
409.
144.
144. Thank you, Russ. At this time, I move approval on the total water and sewer enterprise fund, 230, I'm sorry, $23,404,144.
409.
409. I'm sorry, my fours look like nines. So it's 20, we'll go over it again. $23,409,144. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion on the water and sewer enterprise. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corvo.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, that completes our Tuesday agenda. Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If my colleagues will be so gracious, I'd like to make a motion to revisit the general government. I do have one line item that I would like to revisit. So moved. This is just what she told me to do. It's not the end of the world if I have to do it a different way, but.
Councilor, the intent, so is a motion to reconsider the general government, because it has to be like the general government vote. So we can go, I'll allow us to go back to that if the reconsideration passes, and then we can go from there. It's a little dicey because not everything is an individual vote. So the motion on the floor for the council is a motion to reconsider the general government section. Roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corvo.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor Corvo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to revisit this. I'd like to call everyone's attention to page S10, which is Human Resources. And after having some time to look further into a few things and think about how to propose this, I'd like to propose a line item cut to, and I might say this incorrectly, but it's benefits manager. I'd like to make a motion to eliminate one of the 3 benefit manager positions.
So Counselor, the motion would be on the full-time salaries on page 11,
So it would be.
and then you would
okay.
reduce that by
Thank
the
you.
total, by the amount you'd like.
So 51110, and the amount would be, I'd like to bring that line item down by 72,648.06.
Counselors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Counselor Turco.
Thank you. Council, I know, I want to cut just as much as anybody, but we always, this is the first time this has happened, so I'm reluctant. None of the staff is here to address concerns. I guess maybe if they had known we were going to propose a cut, I guess we're not obligated to tell them, but they were here for most of the night, and I think they left. So have we ever made a cut without having the staff here to, I feel bad that they're not here, I guess, to actually address this.
Well, thank you. And again, I appreciate all requests to make reductions. I know that's what we've been trying to do, but to me, this would be a major mistake. Couple reasons. One, we have a very strong, well-trained department that is cross-trained to be able to handle all the different responsibilities of that office, from benefits manager to just human resource specialist to all of the work that takes place regarding civil service and in different roles and responsibilities. I mean, yeah, to bring it forward when nobody's here is one factor. To make this cut to a city of 55,000 people, when I already feel that that office is overworked already and is operating on a skeleton crew. But we have 1,500 employees in the city, and we have a department of 3. I mean, we have a human resource director, but we have a department of 3. We have constant people and not just current employees, but retirees constantly contacting our office. So, some of the responsibilities that that 3-team member does is, and I'm going to take this from my operations manual that we just put together. That is about 6 pages of roles and responsibilities for that department. But leads administration and strategic management of the city's comprehensive employee benefits portfolio, including health, dental, life insurance, flexible spending accounts, voluntary benefits, disability, critical illness, and related programs, and voluntary retirement plans for all eligible full-time employees. And again, that is just the city, but they also take on school responsibilities. And Mr. Hockman, you're going to love this. They take on PMLP responsibilities. They serve as the primary benefits advisor to employees and retirees, providing expert guidance on coverage options, enrollment decisions, qualifying life events, retirement transitions, and benefits compliance managers. Oversees and administers the annual open enrollment process, which just wrapped up, which is really a multi-month process, including plan updates, rate change communication, vendor coordination, dozens and dozens of vendors, system updates, and benefit elections for active and retired employees. Coordinates and manages the city's annual benefits fair, serving as a liaison to benefits carriers and vendors to promote employee education and engagement. Ensures compliance with reporting and regulatory obligations with the state and federal governments, including COBRA administrations, unemployment reporting, and required state and federal filings. Partners with the HR director, finance director, and payroll administrator to resolve complex payroll deductions, benefit reconciliation issues, and compliance matters impacting employee compensation and benefits. Manages benefits billing and reconciliation for the city and school department, including carrier invoices, AFLAC, Trustmark, Voya, FSH administration fees, Voya COBRA, Voya benefit strategies, ensuring accuracy, fiscal accountability, and timely processing. Serves as liaison to the retirement office regarding employee benefit coordination and retirement transitions. Assists with unemployment claims, processing, and unemployment verifications. Provides operational support to onboarding and new hire benefits enrollment process. They oversee the whole hiring process for all of our departments. Serves as the city's primary administrator for police and fire hiring and promotional processes, ensuring full compliance with Massachusetts Civil Service Law and Human Resources Division regulations. manages all civil service obligations for the city of Peabody, including processing hiring requisitions, preparing eligibility lists, coordinating background screenings, medical and psychological evaluations, drafting and conditional offer letters, and bypass documentation, maintaining civil service records and facilitating candidate communications throughout the appointment process, pre-employment requirements, physical examinations, drug screenings, Corey background checks, driving record reviews. They serve as backup payroll for city, school, and PMLP payroll operations. And I could go on and on. I mean, never mind the fact that it's brought now when nobody's here, but this would be a devastating detriment to the 1,500 employees of the city and the retirees who count on, particularly during medical enrollment, the ability to go to the department. And we've been able to cross-train, which is why they're all listed as benefits managers, because they're all cross-trained, so if somebody's out, there's always somebody with the ability to answer any questions that may come in. I couldn't advocate strongly enough about that. Again, never mind the fact that nobody's here, but the fact that I think there would be a dramatic detriment to the employees that work here and the retirees that have worked their careers here.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Rossignol.
I'll be brief. I think this would be catastrophic. Thank you.
Councilor Corvo.
It's my understanding that we did not previously have 3 benefit managers. And as the mayor pointed out at the previous meeting, we do have a declining population of city employees over the past 10 years and over his tenure, which I think is generally a good thing. We have to cut somewhere. And this is a department where there are resources available through the vendor that we use that can take the place of a lot of the work. And I know in my onboarding experience as a city councilor, you are not taking advantage of a lot of those technologies. That will take hours and tasks off the desk of at least one of your employee, perhaps to the point where we can cut this position. So that's why I'm proposing it. I do have a reason. I do have suggestions on how they can be more efficient. I'm happy to talk to that department. I do have expertise in that area. And that is why I'm proposing this cut. I agree with, I believe it was Councilor Turco who said we are a very lean city government. I agree with that, but we have to cut something. And that's why I'm proposing this, because there are solutions.
Councilor Ladoff.
I just wanted to mention that when the director was up here, she did highlight that like it may have the same name, but they're doing unique things. So they may have the same name, but each person has a unique skill set that they're working on from the master list that we just read. So I thought Dagmar did a great job of explaining what like each one was. So it just could be confusing that they all have the same title when I think they're doing unique things within there. So it seems like they're very busy. So I would have a concern over that.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. You know, in light of the comment about we have to do something, I proposed $200,000 the other night, and it was shot down. And it wasn't employee cuts, it was overtime cuts. So as far as I'm concerned, you can't just arbitrate. My concern is trying to eliminate people. It killed me to do the last one, because I really believe that we could do a better job with incidentals other than employment. That's my goal. And again, I didn't want to vote for the cut, what we just did in the water, but you know, some things you have to do. And if you got reliable backup, such as Ty and Bond and Weston and Sampson, we can get through that, and I understand that. But my goal in the budget process is to eliminate non-employees, discretional costs, overtime. But for some reason, we didn't want to do that. But as far as just saying that we got to go back to this and got to go back to that, we may be doing that next week. So we've had a bite at the apple. My concern is that nobody's here. And I think, quite honestly, the council should vote no on this, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to be brief. The office that I work in, we've got a little over 200 employees, and we have an HR staff of, I can count at least 5, in addition to me who does half of my time doing HR work, and another person who's the former HR director of Everett, he spends at least half of his time doing HR work. So that's for 200 employees. And we have a lot of part-timers, doesn't include them, smaller divisions. And I know it was thrown out the other night that we could hire a consultant to do some of this work, but on the same token of security, confidentiality, you know, if we don't want other departments helping with the IT aspect of City Hall, I don't know why we would trust consultants to come in and look at social security numbers, personnel complaints, grievances, all of this other private information. I would, if it were me, I wouldn't want a consultant knowing my business. I'm sure they might be quarried, but I am completely uncomfortable with this for springing it kind of last minute, and I just think we need what we have right now. I know it's a busy office. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Corvo.
Thank you very much. Through you to Councilor Daigle, to be clear, our current vendor offers these. Our current vendor has all that information. That is what I am suggesting, that there are solutions that exist through our current vendor that, again, has all of the information that you just listed. So I just want to be clear to anyone who's watching at home, I'm not proposing anything that would bring on additional security risk. What I'm proposing is expanding services through a current vendor to help eliminate costs and overhead in this department and improve efficiencies.
Any other councilors? Councilor Turco.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is the last statement I'll make on it. Listen, I want to make all the cuts in the world, but I gave Dagmar an opportunity to speak on it. She explained the salary increase that was involved with it. I used to, it's just something I used to rib Beth O'Donnell on the way out, because at the Port Authority where I work, and it's a similar amount of employees, believe it or not. You know, maybe we have a few more, but she's got 3 people to handle, you know, all those people. And we have, you know, an office that handles long-term leave, and we have an office that handles recruitment and hiring. We have an office that handles benefits. So I used to say, you know, I get lost amongst the 46 people that work at HR at Logan, but good luck with the 3 that you got. Just to have fun with her. But I don't think she ever really laughed at it, but I had a great laugh. So to that point, Councilor, I think I've proven that I will support every reasonable cut in this budget that I can. I don't think that that's a place we can cut. And, you know, additionally, I without a department head here, and I know that can't always happen, we give that courtesy to every department to be able to answer to some of the questions that you may have. And maybe Dagmar has different answers than the mayor has about contracting out and risks of that. So I understand. It's just an odd way, you know, it's to come up for reconsideration after everybody's out of the building is a tough way to do it for me, and I couldn't support it this way. So I'm sorry, but I just can't. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
No.
Gamache.
No.
Hockman.
No.
Turco.
No.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Rozignol.
No.
Ladoff.
No.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
No.
Peach.
No.
Motion fails 9-2.
Councilor Gamache, because we did open up the full thing to reconsider, I think it would be best if we just re-vote on general government. If we find out what that total was again. I think Ross has been
General
keeping
government
track of it.
would be 6 million. I'm sorry, move to approve the general government of $6,440,608.17. Does that sound right, Ross? Thank you. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. This is just, with the motion to reconsider, opened up general government again. So now, same exact number, nothing changed. We're just re-voting on it to close it up. Roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
No.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-1.
All right, counselors. That finishes the Tuesday agenda. Yes, so on our Thursday agenda, if you have that in front of you, if there's no objection, I'd like to take items C, D, and E up tonight. There's an end-of-year transfer, a CPC transfer, and a cable fund transfer. They're typical transfers we do each year. If Mr. Gingras wanted to present on the end-of-year transfers, item C.
Thank you. Typically, as we near the end of the year, I try to evaluate the account statuses and find surpluses and move the surpluses to accounts that are deficient. In addition to that, this is the last opportunity before June 30th to utilize free cash, because free cash goes away after June 30th and has to be applied for and reapproved after July 1st. Usually it gets approved in November, end of November. The primary drivers of deficits here were police and fire medicals, and facilities, outside services. We had talked earlier about facilities expenses, and some fire alarm, building maintenance, and salaries that actually were part of the fire department increase that really didn't get moved down to from the fire department to fire alarm. Thank you.
Do any counselors have any questions on the end-of-year transfer item C? Seeing none, Counselor Gamache.
Yes. At this time, I would move approval on the transfer from city budget payroll accounts, various funding accounts of $516,000, city budget expense accounts, various funding accounts, $507,200, city budget reserve account, financial administration budgeted reserve, $243,900, and unreserved fund balance, free cash of $659,100. Two, departments payroll accounts, various payroll accounts of $559,900, and department expenses, $1,366,300, for a total transfer of $1,926,200 to the various accounts, $1,926,200. So moved.
Counselors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Counselors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Mr. Gingras.
Yeah, and similar in our enterprise funds, we're looking to transfer $80,000 in the golf course and $10,000 in the skating rink, for a total of $90,000. And then from the water health department to outside services, another $100,000.
Counselors, are there any questions on the enterprise transfers? Seeing none, Counselor Gamache.
Yes, I'll do these separately. Move approval to transfer from the Recreation Enterprise Fund various accounts of $90,000 to various payroll and expense accounts, $90,000. So moved.
Counselors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Counselors Daigle. Yes. Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Mr. Gingras. Just kidding. We're going to do water too, yeah. Yeah, we're going back to Dave.
So you ready?
Yep.
And I move approval on transfer of water sewer enterprise, various funding accounts of $100,000 to various expense accounts of $100,000. So move.
Councilors, you heard the motion on the water enterprise. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Parkman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Now, Mr. Gingras.
So the next item is a CPC transfer for restoration of headstones at various cemeteries for $31,000.
Councilors, are there any questions on the CPC transfer? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
At this time, I move approval on the transfer from account number 270-0000-33022 of $31,000 from CPC Historic Preservation to account number 270-1811-5856-2026-00-0505, $31,000 CPC plaque and stone restoration. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman. Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor, no, Mr. Gingras.
Thank you. The second transfer request is to return funds that were originally allocated to a project for vital records back to historic preservation.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I move approval on the transfer from account number 270-01811-58563-2022-0346 of City Clerk's Vital Records, $5,288.67. To account number 270-01811-58563 of $5,288.67, CPC Historic Preservation. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Mr. Gingras.
The next transfer is a cable transfer for the first quarter from the RCN funds for a total of $13,173 to transfer back to Peabody Access Television.
Councilors, do you have any questions on the cable fund transfer? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
Yes, this time I move approval on the receipts reserved cable fund, quarter number 1, account number 270-0000-33017, and a 2, account number 270-000-53007 of $10,778.05, and account number 270-000-33017 of $2,395.12, to account number 270-000-53007 of $2,395.12, for a total transfer of $13,173.17. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you, councilors. I'll entertain a motion to recess until Tuesday while we're taking up
Motion
the
to
school
recess
budget.
to Tuesday. So moved.
We're in recess.